Hello guys, how are y'all doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. Everybody ready for a stream? I'm ready. I was born ready for this thing. I'm excited. The dragging's going to be fun, guys. And I know, I shouldn't do too much online, but I reckon. Today's going to be a cool stream. I reckon I'm ready to show you some of the offline tools, like some of the work that I did offline. I did a little bit with where did he go? This isn't his room. This is the green screen is down. The green screen is down for once, and we have a new scene that you know what, I gotta tweak it a little so I can sit more comfortably in the center of the. Yeah, sit there. How's it going, guys? Should take this down so it's not too intense. It's a good song though. It's high energy, isn't it? Hello, Tommy. All right, who we got? Tim Tam's first today. Nicely done. Nicely done. Mondo, hello. I hope we get to dragging today. That would be really, really cool. I'm pretty sure that we can. Just woke up, Mondo. Nice, nice. Let's see. Hello, Doda. Welcome in. Good to see you, Gorky and Doda. And of course, hello, Goldie. And it's indeed in August. My birthday is in August, guys. That is when the birthday does occur. But I don't mind either way. Maybe I need to move this in the other direction. So I sit more comfortably in the middle, which means, no, that's in the wrong way. Hold on. I'm still getting this camera stuff right, guys. So much to do. So little time. Hello, Will Jr. Hello, Dolly. The bed is back. It is. Once again. I seriously actually considered rearranging things again to not have a bed, but that's fine. It'll be fine. So let's see. I might have to circle back to this another time. Let me have a think. All right, I'm still wrapping other things up here, which I shouldn't be doing. All right. So, is that even English? Is what English? Not my native language on the left. Hold on. What language are we talking about? Did it transcribe something really weird for me? How is everyone doing? Good to see everyone. So let me go over the plan for today. The plan today is I would like to get some tooling in. I would like to get some. So if we get some tools done, that'll be really, really helpful. And I think if I can get some of the dragging working, that will be really, really useful too, because I think it's going to be a key part of the game loop. The other thing I'd like to do is get the monster strength incrementally increasing. Making monsters more powerful with time is going to be a really important thing to do today. So heaps to do. I think with that said, let's get our environment up and running. There's some weirdness going on here with codecs. But I need to change context, change my whole frame of mind from what I'm doing to something else. We gotta, let's see, this needs to go to, all right, let me show you what I'm up to here. There's, all right, client and docs. That's all in the actual docs. This is directly on the master branch, which is an issue. but that'll be fine. Hungary does seem like a cool place. I bet they have a bunch of food there, a bunch of really good food there in Hungary, because otherwise, why would everyone be so hungry? It's kidding. Your brother went there and sent photos. It looks sick, Tim Tams. Nice, nice. I know Nacho is Hungarian. Is he? Really? Dragging out. No, I'm sorry. That was pretty cringe. I will admit. Okay, let's close out our stream tools. Let's do some cleanup here. And let's get in the zone for this stuff. So, okay, I'll show you what I did while offline recently, guys. So let's kick into it. I'm just honestly ready to go. So the stat balancing tool, this one could be really cool in that we now have a new balancing editor. A lot of you guys wouldn't have seen this yet, but this balancing editor, it should now be able to load items and load character statistics into this giant spreadsheet, which will let us tune and tweak really easily. So instead of having to go through a whole bunch of different characters, we now have our icons for the character on the left, and then we have things like the max health here. We should be able to... All right, that last change has broken a bunch of stuff. So let's pick up where we left off there. So we've got diagnostic tools working there, and one of these, I mean, that's our workflow automation. We don't need that. All right, this one was our, that's our deployment for base stream tools. This is our junction manager. I mean, let's just quickly check what we've actually got here. So the things we're working on in terms of our junctions and branches is dragging, harness launcher, stat balancing tool, and the terrain collider. What do we have here? Some invalid trees. We've got F6AA. F6AA. See if we have anything here for context about F6AA. I mean, I don't see it there. Let's boot up Codex and have a look. That needs a restart. What the hell's happening there? Okay. Right till we get eggplant. Tim Tams! You guys are going to make it happen if you keep pushing. All right, settings, work trees. What do we got here? We got harness launcher, stats editor, terrain stuff, cube feature. I want to stats editor. We'll pick up where we left off here. Clicking the info buttons on each of the stats no longer shows the text down the bottom to inform the user about what the stat represents. Each of the character stats. The other thing we have here is these icons. Let's go see the changes to the icons. Right now, have we copied the icons into the folder for the plugin? I think we have. So let's go look at our source code there. Wait, so I give 200 subs, I could technically make that eggplant. Tim Tams, I still need to okay a character. We'll make a character, but we would work together, and I want to do my best to there are constraints. Like, we can't have you can't have aliens. We can't have sci-fi concepts. We can't have like I'm not going to make a giant penis character just because somebody says that, which is kind of what the eggplant is. But we might do the eggplant if we can find a way to make it fit. If we can find a way to make it fit. The more I think about it, the more I realize if lots of people really, really want it, it has to be medieval. It has to be medieval or something that fits in with the game. The eggplant, although it's a cool character, it could just be too. It's not a classic monster either. It's like, no, you're absolutely right, Tim Tams. I think you're starting to get the idea. I don't want to damage the game's like framing and narrative just for a meme. Could it be a costume? I think it could be like an Easter egg, or it could be. I think the first thing to do might be to like consider putting eggplants in as an item that are used as part of the economy, and then we might find a way to make like eggplant monsters work in some strange way. We'll figure it out. But that's the starting point. Could be a pet or familiar. Yeah, everybody really likes the idea of this giant eggplant, so I don't know. We're probably gonna do it, guys, but I gotta find a way to make it work. How about you make a little eggplant off stream, and the one who finds it gets something when it comes out? Look, what do you mean by that, Life Tim Tams? Like, how would I hide the? Okay, here's our changes so far. Okay, I can see here. I can see that we added all of copies of all of the icons here. That's not the intended design here. We should be able to look. The tool should be able to find all of the instances of characters. All right, hold on. This is a bit too much. Whoa there. Bit too intense. Bit too intense for me, guys. Corn and eggplants. Genius, yes. Yeah. No, that's what I'm thinking. Goldie, is we're going to have grown items that like the fruit seller and the farmer harvest. And so, eggplants, we can definitely do something like that. I'm already thinking along those lines, Goldie. And then from there, we can try and figure something else out for the next thing. Genius, Goldie. Yeah. I think it's a good idea. Okay, hold on. That's not the intended design here. We really should be doing this. Work trees. Okay, stat balancing tool. Fire up codex here. Should be able to find all the instance of characters by discovering each of the TRES, are those the extensions? The characters, artist. Yeah, TRES. each of the files, then using that to get to from here. From here we can get to combat profile, right? To combat profile. And the icons. As described in... Okay, let's see. We've got code open. Hey, Green Noob, how you doing? Good to see you, man. Welcome in. How is life, dude? Great to see you. Content discovery. As described in PPP, we should use content discovery practices. We don't need to maintain a list of characters or related assets in the tool. All right, do a plan for that. And then the other thing we're going to do here is going to go back. Going to get the harness launcher working here. So this is our tooling now. This is our tooling tab. What are we working on today? The main feature, we're working on a few things. We're working on some tooling that's going to make the development process easier, especially balancing, and also a tool that will let us run our harnesses more quickly. So that's the main, those are the side quests. The main quest though, I want to be making progress on dragging. So that's dragging characters. The harness launcher though is pretty cool. I did this yesterday, guys. Sorry, I did that this morning, or between the last stream and now. I've set up a tool that can do this. So as you guys know, during testing, I've been going through the main game loop fairly often, but often, most of the time, I don't need that. So I've created this little pop-up. Now I can press F7, and all of the different harnesses that we've created now exist. So I can add a new harness by just adding a harness definition here. So we've got these editor harnesses, and then we've got all these different harness definitions. So you can see each of these harness definitions essentially allows me to link together a particular harness that we have with the scene file here, so that it now appears in this list. And now I can hit one button and I'll get all the different harnesses in the scene. And that allows me to say say I want to see what IK is doing. I just press F7, I go down to that, I hit enter, and then what should be happening is this loads. So now much more quickly, I can test isolated components of the game. So there we go. We can see the IK working. If I want to see what happens when the hands move towards targets, this is now the IK in motion. And then, very quickly I can just press escape to hit it. I can go F7 enter to quickly run the last thing. So this is a faster way of rerunning a particular thing. So for instance, getting all the players into a game without having to select their characters, move through the lobbies. This is our matchmaking harness, which needs fixing, actually. I'm pretty sure we will need to... Character selection ready. It's waiting for the lobby to load. And then it times out. So yeah, we're going to have to fix that. Maybe that's the first thing to do. It's not directly related to this, but it is worth fixing. So let's go check out our changes there. And what do you bind to Alt F4? I actually close it very often. Investing in infrastructure and tooling is always very good. Yeah. especially when the cost of automation is going down. The cost of creating this type of tool once upon a time would have been really huge. It would have been a quite time-consuming thing to make a tool like that. But instead, just having a system where it's like there and ready to go, and it doesn't take too long to build that tooling. So it helps me. It's going to help me move really quick now. Okay, what cleanup scope should we lock in for icons? Okay, what cleanup scope should the plan lock in for content character icons? Is it misunderstanding what I've said here? Oh, I've said something wrong. All right. I've misunderstood what happened here. We've added new icons, but done it on the wrong branch. Let's move on to the next improvement for the tool here. Now that we have all these icons, let's look through the project and ensure that the metadata is correctly connected for each of them so that they work well with our new stat balancing tool. Okay, still don't even know if I like this music. We're going to go with the tried and true today. Yeah, investing in tooling can make a big difference. I've been actually wanting to make a YouTube video about this particular subject, where once upon a time, like, tooling could take more time than working on the game, and there's always a trade-off between systematizing and automating things, and it's not a good thing if you spend more time on your tools than on your project. Good tooling and testing pays for itself. Yes, it can, but I have seen projects where more time is spent on the tooling than on the project. A great example is like game engines. A lot like people who roll their own engine to make a game probably spend as much or more time on the engine as they do on the game. And it depends what you're trying to make. Are you trying to make a game or are you trying to make a tool? And recognizing that a thing that you're going to do is going to take you a huge amount of time early can mean that you can find a process to automate that thing, and then that'll pay off in dividends over the life of the project. So this one, I think this one's very, very handy. This one's going to be really, really handy, especially as this list continues to expand. Because right now, too often I'm going through the main game loop, and what I should be going is straight to the thing. If I want to test character movement, I should be doing it like this, right? I should be going straight into a scene that tests the character movement, and now I test the character. Instead of running into the game, going through the matchmaking process, connecting it, getting a character in the lobby and everything set up, I should be using something like this for every different part. So dragging is no exception, right? The next thing I want to be testing is getting the dragging system working in its own little harness, which might be the next best thing to do, right? So let's start that process off. At the moment, we don't actually need that. We've got base stream tools here. We're not working on the stream tools right now. I think we've got everything that we need here. We've got dragging, we've got the harness, we've got the stat balance tools, and we've got the terrain collider. I'm pretty sure number 5 is probably good to go. Okay, refresh. We're working on two tools, a bug, and a feature. Let's start getting that feature going. What do we actually have here? This is our editor harness launcher, which I'm pretty sure we have going here now. Yes, we do. So this can clear. I think this gets to be our main quest, so I'm going to put that to the side here. So we're going to go into dragging, then dragging is the thing that I actually want there. So there we go, dragging. So resume. Time saver already? Yeah. Should be very time saving down the line. Damn, so locked in that I've just seen the note that, oh, you've just seen the go live note. All good, Turbo. Glad that you found it. Glad that you saw it. Hope you're being very productive. Sounds like you are, man. Okay. So here's the first thing we're doing, guys. We're going to get working on the dragging slice. So we're going to get a cube. We're going to get a cube moving. So we're going to create new physical prop spawn records with room IDs. The cube scene. Debug drag cube. So we're going to go, rather than a new debug scene, let's add a new harness. Let's add a new harness. So that we can manually test this easily. What else? So interaction targets should work. Rather than having an F interaction target, I want two grabbable objects that can be grabbed with the left and right hand. Any draggable object should have hold anchors that the hand can reach towards, that then connect the object to the body in a chain-like way. Record stores the target ID, the drag avatar spawn ID. Add a new host-owned drag animation. The host applies spring/force motion to the cube, not direct transform teleporting. Desired handle follows the anchor. So Q and E attach the hands to the anchors. Then moving the character's body around produces the dragging effect. Add host on drag motion. The host applies spring force motion. Desired handle follows the drag anchor in front of the dragger. Clamp the force and speed so the cube can lag, collide, and catch. Publish through the existing physics. Network physics body snapshots. Disable jump while dragging for V1 unless we explicitly want an awkward edge case. It's a good question. should we allow somebody jumping while drag happens? If you're trying to drag something and you jump, what happens? I think disabling the jump might be smart. Yeah, so we can disable jump. We've got our test cases. Key boundary. The cube slice should produce a generic target contract, but corpse dragging should be the second implementation step. For corpses, the target is the existing avatar, not a physical prop. This means the shared drag claim can be reused, but the corpse movement needs a separate ragdoll body adapter, so the Deb player's ghost never simulates its own corpse movement. We also need to plan for the fact that more than one player may participate in a drag. Multiple players could lift the box, and multiple players will be able to move the corpse. Objects should have corresponding weight. Heavier objects should drag more slowly. This includes corpses. Players should have a strength value. And this will also affect their ability to drag. Okay, planning continues. Okay, the harness launcher. It might be worth in the harness launcher doing the fix for the... let's do it. We're going to do the fix for... Let's see. So we're going to do a fix for... What happens if another player starts interacting with a dragged character? Then both of them are dragging. They could drag in completely different directions, Hansblatt. Two people could, one person could be grabbing a person's hand and one person could be dragging their foot. And if they're not dragging in the same direction, then we got a problem. There's what we're trying to create here is the feeling of carry the glass. You know, carry the glass. There's going to be a bit of a carry the grass type feeling for this stuff. We'll have a bit of this happening in it. Where two people are going to be working together to move an object. How does this friggin', that kind of thing. Devin Fastby played this game? Yeah, I played it with Danzy. And could be very fun. Okay. Okay, what should the first harness prove? Single avatar, one controlled avatar, two draggable objects, drag anchors, and weight tuning. Multiplayer uses the same characteristics and gets tested separately. The harness starts a multi-peer manual test, which proves collaboration earlier but costs more upfront. Single harness. Okay, each anchor is an authored collision volume with its own interaction targets, so the hand reaches to the grips for the concrete hull. Yep. Actually, I should read the other options it provided here. Anchors are visible handle points, while sections still come from the hull. Generated hunts. Anchors are this is fine. How should Q and E... What was our word today? What's our word today, chat? We need to change it because everyone knows I'm far too I have far too much gratitude here. We need something different. We definitely need something different. What should it be? Drag. Sadistic suggestion. Sadistic suggestion there, but we could do it. Dragging. Yeah, okay. Dragging. Done. Let's ship that. Hold on. Besta streama tools. Word list, clear all, add word, drag, and dragging. All right, that'll do. Give that a refresh. What a drag. Nice. The A, what do you mean? DevWayo, hello, good to see you again. I have fallen into the subscription of Codex as well. Now on 220 accounts. There you go. There you go. It'll get you, man. It'll get you. It got me. It got me, that's for sure. Let's see, there we go. That lighting's a bit better. So, the other question is, how long do you reckon it will take when someone shows a screenshot of dragging a player called D's Nuts? Yep, not long, I hope, Hansbler, not long. I want lots of people posting lots of stuff. Lots of people posting lots of stuff. Okay, hold on. What should the first implementation slice include? Networked cube. How should the strength of the object weight affect dragging? The total attached strength divided by the object weight continuously scales the drag force. Yep. Correct. There's going to be a lot of instances where I say this word today, guys. Just saying. How should multiple hands attach to the same object? One hand each for each anchor. One other thing we need here is multiple hands should lighten the load. What else we got going on? All right, this one, the character icon. Why the existing character icon assets into the forms? Yes, please. And this is our harness launcher. Okay, so we're going to fix a bug with one of the harnesses on this branch. Right now, running the harness launcher, we get everyone connecting, but the game times out waiting for the host to start. It seems that characters are selected also. Here's a screenshot of what happens when we run the harness. Okay, F7. There we go. God, this is a good song. I'm going to grab a drink, chat. I'm going to grab a drink very quickly. I might need to adjust our hexagon too. So we can do that. We can do that. Well, just quickly. Not there. There we go. Fixed. Here are some more zoomed pictures of the text for each client. Okay. Validation. Okay, run the test and prove that it fails. Okay. Really quickly, I'm going to go get me a drink. Won't be long. Be back really, really quick. Somebody dump a puppy at the shop. What do you mean, dump a puppy at the shop? All right, wait. We got questions here. Other question. How long do you reckon it will take someone to show... Yeah, okay, no, we read that question. Somebody... Did you see the monster idea I sent? I didn't. Is that on Discord? Where would I see that? That's in the public Discord. It would be in the ideas section, right? We have a... Maybe it's in... I gotta do something with these. Hold on. Copy link. Dragian, I don't know if you're there, but I'm seeing these. You're making cool clips and posting them in the clips and highlights, and I absolutely love that. Thank you. Those two clips. I don't see them. I'm sorry. I sent a DM just before Goldie said I probably wouldn't see it. No, I won't see it. That is correct. Where would I go? Can you put it in the Discord? I'll find it there under the ideas. New mic setup? Ah, you seem to be at a normal volume. No, same mic setup. Same mic setup. Is it usually worse, Ragithan? If so, I need to pay attention to that. It could just be that the music is softer. The music might be softer compared to my voice. Might be that. Okay, so let's review this. Add a physical drag harness, not a new runtime debug scene. The harness contains one control avatar plus 2 draggable cube points, a light cube and a heavy cube. Q and E for left and right, and authored volume anchors. Moving the body pulls the object through the physics spring-like tether. The first ship slice is a network cube substrate with multi-hand and multiplayer grip support. Corpse dragging uses some contracts later. Okay. We're going to add a hand reach target marker for each of the dragging points. We're going to have a draggable root. We're going to have a drag anchor, Q and E hand targeting, stupid coin, host authoritative drag state. Physical drag service stores active grep records keyed by target spawn ID. Runtime does all of our network calculations. Chain-like physics on the host. Add weight strengths. Drag strength to character profile. Movement is, yep. Yes. Excellent. I put a picture of the puppy they dumped at the shop under the Discord general. Oh, yo, if you got a new puppy, Fuck90, that somebody left at the shop. I understand now. That's sick. The whole stream is, usually you're super quiet. Oh, man. I just don't want to blow people's eardrums out, so... It was a bit more boxy yesterday. Are you referring to the stream? You referring to the stream and the rounded corners I put on stuff, Hansblah? Yeah, I've made improvements. Now we've got a hexagon and we've got some rounded corners. Oh, the audio. All right. I don't know what changed. Literally, the computer hasn't even restarted. So, Can I see it now? Okay, Turbo, hold up. Where in the Discord is it? Where on the Discord is it? No, I still can't see it. Suggestions. Okay, hold on. Suggestions. Ooh, cool. A Minotaur. Yeah, Minotaur could be cool. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. That's so hard to do. That's so hard to do. This suggestion with 4 legs is just I think that's probably a straight up nope, just because now we need a whole other character rig and stuff. But the 2-legged Minotaur could work, especially with the crypts. Especially with the crypts. That's a really cool monster idea for sure. The crypts, like having a maze under the city. If we have like a maze system under the city, that could work. Could be you have some audio filter that crash. Yeah, it could be. I mean, the 4 legs is a cool idea, but I think just like from a technical standpoint, hey, Simtex. Dude, thank you for the raid, Simtex. I appreciate it. Big shout out to Simtex. I don't know if you guys know him, but awesome dude. Who has a very cool statue in the game, has been a big supporter of the channel, also a big supporter of FastV. So we really appreciate him and value him as a member of the community. And now he's raiding too. So big shout out. Go check out his stream, guys. Go check his stream out. And welcome in, Semtex. How was your stream today? What'd you get up to? What were you doing? What were you doing? Seb, 2 legs looks cooler anyway. Just an idea, of course. Yeah, no. It's a cool idea, Turbo. I actually really like the idea. I like the idea of a Minotaur. We could do something where it's like in the... Do you know the story of the Minotaur in the maze? It's like an old Greek fable with this like guy who makes this amazingly large maze, and it's guarded by a Minotaur. Or he doesn't make it. It's like some hero has to get through the maze, but there's this giant monster in it. It could be really cool. Oh, he didn't play that? Okay, hold on. What did you play? What'd you play? Turbo. Sorry, Turbo. Simtex. Maze or labyrinth, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, a labyrinth is basically a maze. It's just another word for a maze made of stone, essentially. Not really, but like they are inherently complicated. Okay, now we've got the character icon metadata. Let's close all of those. We're going to close this out. We're going to run this branch. We're going to look at our stat balancing tool and see if all the characters are connected. So this is going to be the way that we very quickly go in, and they're the opposite of each other. A labyrinth has no dead ends. A maze has only dead ends. Oh, I didn't realize that. Well, then I guess what we're making under the city is going to be a labyrinth. I think at least for me, when people think of a maze and a labyrinth, they both think of like a long series of spaces you can move between that are convoluted and hard to navigate. Okay, here we go. So now we have all the characters on the left, and we have all of their stats. Every stat related to the game. We still don't have this functionality working. We have a regression there. Clicking on the buttons at the head of each of the columns no longer brings text up in the bottom. This regression needs to be fixed. Okay, so the other thing that we're going to do with this is eventually I have every intention to bring the... did we close it? Or did it crash? Stat balance tool. It's interesting. So technically we're going to have a labyrinth under the city. All right, so check it out. All of the different characters, I figure the icon is a really easy way to get a sense of who they are. We have an icon for every character, so now we just essentially I've made a system that is a spreadsheet, right? It's a spreadsheet, and all the different things that you'll be able to modify for the character will be here. Did it hard close again? All right, something doesn't like us. One of these tests doesn't like us running running another instance right now. Does not fail. All right, what can we do? Let's open this branch and test it manually. We're going to test this manually. So, not monsters client. I think the thing we're going to import is work trees, terrain collider, and open that, import it. Let's get another look at what's happening. I think this might be the one that's killing our running solutions, which is a bit pushy of it. This one's doing a big one. So this is our harness, stat balance tool. This one really should be working on... I don't like that in these instances, Codex is like connected to the branch names, but we can use the branch names here to get a sense of what they are. Wow, something's really just killing all the running instances. All right, one less running. Okay. Then how do you get into the maze? I thought they were synonyms. No, I think that there's distinctions and differances. This is before you add the entrance/exits to them. Ragitan, the plan for and a labyrinth is what the Minotaur myth refers to. Yeah. But so what we're going to do, what we're going to try and do, I played Crime Simulator, something everything. Hold on, Simtex. That's what you played on your stream. Nice, man. Nice. Something every Polish citizen knows? Is there a lot of crime in Poland? Thank you for pinning. I'm sorry if I missed a message. I appreciate you guys pinning it. It's very easy to miss messages, guys. As you would know, Simtex, in your stream, no doubt. Why is there a blend file in our solution? Townhouse1.blend. We shouldn't have a blend file in here. So that's worth cleaning up. I still love the dwarf goblin statue. Yeah, it looks sick, doesn't it? That's another thing that I want to do as a higher priority task. Maybe we even do that like as a part of the work that we're doing now. Make one more branch and create something that loads all of the statues, like can keep track of the statues and loads them at random. That'll be a good play. Let's have a quick look at this. So, editor. Start up loading route. I'm going to have a look at this. Simtex! Yo, thank you for the support. Oh my god, man. 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much. Look who caught a subby. Freaking Whispering Tree did. We got Shulker, Leonette, Roy Killenny, Good X. Yo, thank you. We've got Good XP.com. Welcome to the community, to all of those people. And thank you, Simtex. Thank you, man. Dude, I really appreciate it. Big thank you. Big thank you. All right, where are we with? This is in the terrain collide effects. Yeah, so let's give this a run. Absolutely. Yo, welcome in too, Whispering Tree. Glad you got a sub. Okay, here goes. Let's see if this bug still exists, because all of the diagnostics that we've put in to try and catch and fix this is just not working. You guys remember how you fall through the floor randomly? It's a problem. It's a problem that we need to sort out, because it doesn't affect too much, but there are parts of the map that now you just can't access. On the lobby, the time of day needs a fix. All right, let's have a quick test. So under that sphere, we should fall into the, there we go. There we go. One more test there. I want to run around the other way. What collision plugin is it? Wixer, I'm using Jolt Physics for the physics, and I think that handles the collisions as well. I think the plugin that's really broken though is the terrain system. The terrain system like works for some of the ground, and then at random it stopped working for this part of the ground. This used to work. It definitely used to work. I'm gonna go around the other way. And I don't know if it's Jolt not working with, yeah, so there we go. So that's not working either. So our test should definitely be failing. Should definitely be failing. I'm not sure why they aren't failing. So what can we do to fix this problem? So it's going to be one of these. This is the one, terrain coordinates. Okay. Yeah, those should be failing. So I've manually tested this, and the diagnostic should be failing since the characters cannot walk at the locations where those spheres are. Cannot work at the locations where the probes are. Raycasts and drop-in place body probes all pass. The failures are traversal probes with did not arrive after crossing Z45. Forget the Z45 note that was provided earlier. The problem seems more nuanced than that. The problem definitely occurs when the characters are around or at the positions of the probes. How can we further validate that the floor is, that the players fall through the floor at these locations? Okay. Okay, so the harness has a new fix. The dock hasn't, the balancing editor has a new fix. Let's try those. And we're probably going to save this guy as pipeline, characters. This will be characters, priest. Priest, there we go. Priest.blend in case we need him. And then we'll get rid of him. Yeah, so that's the collision plugin Wixer. I don't know what exactly is causing it right now. I don't know if you've seen an issue like that one, but it's definitely a weird one. And I'm having trouble reproducing it. I can raycast against the ground and there's no problem. I can drop a physics object and it seems to collide. I don't know. It might have to do with the character controller specifically, some glitch with that, but you know, I'm going to keep working on it. Okay, so let's try our harness launcher and see if we fixed our harness, because that's going to speed things up. Here we go. It looks like you've created an entrance to Alice's Wonderland. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Was it about to ask in the Godot Discord? Yeah, Wixer, it might not be a bad idea to do that, but it's pretty nuanced. It's a pretty nuanced bug, and I think anybody to be able to give a decent answer, I think at this point, I just need more information. I mean, that harness works. Let's try that again. How satisfying is that? Loads them all. They all go in. All right, nice. Well, that's a fast way to get a game going, that's for sure. Does it always start the same characters? Would be the question. Ritual is complete. We reveal the monster. All right, great. That's a win. Ooh, we've got a game going on here. Zuba, when was the last time you saw the game? Because yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we certainly do. Okay, this might be a good start for our harness. Honestly, it's working so well. Ideally, we'd like this to work without going through the main menu scene. Can we diagnose what adding the main menu scene worked though? What is it from the main menu scene that caused the harnesses to break, and can we update our harness to close this gap? Yo, thank you for the fun run follow. Much appreciated. Let's stage those changes though. Since these are good, they did fix it. I mean, it might be fine to just keep it in, but You move quick. Probably been a week since I last saw gameplay, and it wasn't just lurking for the music. Yeah, nice, nice. I appreciate you lurking, Zuba. Yeah, it does move fast, man. We do have the core game loop in. We're gonna start doing some of the really exciting stuff. Probably even this stream, like balancing the characters. That's going to be like that's what this branch is about. Is like a player stat balancing tool essentially. Speaking of which, that's the next thing that I need to start to do. So this means like tweaking the damage and the health and all of that kind of stuff. It's like all the really gameplay relevant things. Yo, it's Voodoo. Welcome back. You know people won't shut up about your stupid eggplant now, Voodoo. Everybody wants the eggplant. I've made one concession already. I've made one concession, Voodoo, and that is that I will probably be adding an eggplant item to the game like we have our corn. You know how the corn works, Voodoo? We're probably going to have an eggplant section as well, where the players can harvest eggplants. So, look, that's it. That's an olive branch. Is the corn monster that can eat people? Why the corn monster and the silly eggplants and corn monsters? So the stat balance tool still is not working. Okay. Into the stats panel when clicking the column header. I changed focus exit. No op saves to stay silent while keeping the explicit text submitted. No change feedback. Was the last thing that we actually complained about here the God damn it. Where's that message? Yo, Jacob, 35 streams. Thank you, man. Much, much appreciated. Huge. The monster eats an eggplant and it has an X chance to turn into an eggplant monster. That X needs to be like 1 in 10,000 then. X chance is going to be 0 chance. Zuba. Zuba, what do you think of the eggplant monster idea? Voodoo wants an eggplant monster, and he has managed to rally a bunch of very passionate people to his side. What happened? Did that close on us? Surely this one's not done. Okay. This one gets a yes. Stat balance tool. He do be passionate about eggplants, yes. Yes, he do. It's possible that the size of the text field is just too small now. There's no space to read the text even if it were there. It should expand vertically. Okay, harness launcher. Close all of that. We might need to keep 2 Godot instances open. Harness launcher and the stat balance one, just so that we can switch more quickly between them. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to have two open. Stat, balance, and harness. It's going to be hard for us to tell which is which. So we need something like... what can we do? Since there's very sparse... Let's go with something like the characters. That's going to indicate our stats. And then this one's going to just be... I guess this will be our harness. So... Nope, this is not that. All right, this is our harness. So, rerun our harness, see if this worked. Just put one in light mode. Hold on, what do you mean? As long as there's a disable eggplant option in the safer streaming section. You see, you understand why the eggplants are contentious. Okay, good stuff. I think the thing that I want to do now is probably randomize the characters that are actually spawned. Add-ons, this is going to be our harness launcher. There we go, something closed. Something just closed both of our editors. And it's got to be, I'm quite sure, one of the agents is killing it. Here it is. This just deciding to stop the process. We need to update our agents to tell them not to do that. So this is running its tests and just like killing the editors. Which is annoying when you're trying to get shit done. Very annoying, actually. Hello, Snolzy. How you doing? I believe I saw you on... Was it... I rated Dev, and I happened to keep my stream open, and then it wound up on Ali's stream. And I think you were playing with Ali on... Did I hear that was you? I only like quickly saw it on my way to bed. Yeah, nice. You guys were going hard. Well done. Well done. Okay, editor balancing pipe. There we go. Okay, so now we have a tool that shows all the characters. We should be able to see the different stats for each of them. What I want to do here is... Okay, at the moment, each of the cells is a little bit too wide to fit into my... monitor screen when full screened. Let's make them slightly more narrow. Okay. Let's see about this. Both still running. So now, the main menu itself is not the important part. The gameplay world route So this is now fixed. This is now fixed. Which means we can go to our harness launcher. Quick fix to our auto matchmaking harness. Quick fix to our auto matchmaking harness, which is good. We're going to need an item. So GPT. So new chat. In the style of these items. What else have we got? We'll need that as reference. We actually already have a crate. So download that. 5 hours and got no sleep. Well, she does seem to be a bit of a, you know, I think she sleeps. Her sleep pattern's about as bad as mine. Sometimes worse. I mean, I get to rate her, for God's sake. Usually I'm the one who gets the raids because I'm the one who's DJing up all night. In the style of the art provided, create a new image of an open crate. Let's go check out our crate because we do have this thing already. Okay, next thing here we need to do is... Okay, we are getting loaded 28 character rows, loaded 0 item rows. Okay, and that's with neither of these. No, it is. Okay, so we are finding 28 characters. We are finding all of the characters, but no items are appearing in the UI. Track down why the items are not appearing and correct this issue so that all of the items appear. So that all of the items are found. And then let's go look in here. Harness launcher just got its commit, which is good. Do we need anything else for this? Honestly, the harness launcher might be good to merge as a first pass. Well, no, let's not be too hasty. Where are we? Let's add some documentation for the harness system to make sure that creating new harnesses can easily conform to the standards of this new plugin. Okay, what else we got? Oh boy. The biggin's ready to go. Physical drag slice. Let's load him. Dragging, drag, import. Here goes. Okay. Pretty sure we just run it now. Where's our harnesses? Physical draggables. I mean, that's probably the next thing. So, folder and concepts called physical draggables. This idea can be simplified in the project terminology as draggables. What else? That's the first change. We've got our cube. So editor, physical drag harness. Here goes, guys. Here goes. Exciting. You're making a coffee because I haven't had one all week. How's everyone been? I've been good, Jacob. I've been good. We've got an exciting stream today. Okay, why is this guy reaching on a different direction? Okay, that's a good start. Okay, excellent. Oh, that's good. This thing's heavy. Pretty hard to drag with one hand, easier to drag with two hands. One of them's much easier than the other. All right, that works quite well. I don't know why he's leaning in the wrong direction. Okay, the next thing to do here will be I would like to add a button to the harness, page up and page down, that cycles through the different characters. What else have we got here? Then we're going to have to make the next big change there, which will be cube. Exactly, Turbo. Cube. Game future. There will be blood trials, right? We need to put blood in. We definitely need to put blood in for like hits and stuff like that. I just want to spend a lot of time on the particle effects for that. We've almost got like a backlog of particle effects that need to get done all at once. There's a lot of them. But they're not important to gameplay yet, so I'm pushing them back as like polish items that are needed for polish, or maybe a way to cut up bodies and put them in garbage bags before we drag them down to the river. I actually know how I would do that feature, Jacob. I actually understand how I would do that feature. We had an instance where we accidentally scaled every bone but the head to 0. And we got this disemboweled head. We could do the same thing for when you cut off a limb, you would essentially take make a copy of the skeleton, set it in the same pose, scale every joint to 0 on but the limb on one skeleton, and then do the inverse of that on the other skeleton, and you would get 2 disemboweled limbs. That would be a really, really, really smart way to actually do that, Jacob. So I have a good idea of how we could disembowel people. But yeah, It's a cool idea, but it might be scope creep. It might be scope creep. But imagine that, like you get hit in the, you get hit really hard in the neck and like the head comes off. Could happen. Could happen. And then once you've got a corpse, you could chop the corpse into bits. Yep. The thing about the bodies in this, Jacob, is that the corpses themselves actually have some utility in the game. Once you kill someone as a monster, you have an incentive to grab the body and to drag it to a place where it's hidden, and then to turn back into the monster and consume the corpse when nobody's looking, because that will give you extra strength. So, yeah. Or cross the street and hot dogs pee out? What do you mean, Ragged Dun? What do you mean? I'm gonna like being a monster in this. Yeah. You have to be really sneaky. You have to be really sneaky with the monsters. Or across the waist and hot dogs pop out. How did lags? All right, I see. LLM is working. Oh, nice. Which one are you using, Raggy Dan? You using a local one? That'll be an 18 plus rating for disemboweling people. Yeah. Disemboweling people would definitely be an 18 plus thing for sure. Yeah, I got to think hard about whether I actually do want that, but okay, create doc standards editor harness covering the... Yes, for that, please. Okay. Let's give this one a test. Reloading here. That's closed. One more run here. Stat tool. Run this with F7. We had a smear of blood on our game, and that pushed us to M. Yep. It's be crazy like that, man. It's Quen 3.635 billion at the moment. And is it working good for you, Ragithan? Is it working? I'm super curious. Yeah, I'm not even trying to go for... I think I want this game to be... like, it's a violent game. We've discussed it a few times. Okay, implemented the player area terrain diagnostics. Samples the area, whilst diagnostic camera to move over each... All right. Okay, the UI regression is done. This one, just to keep track of what we're actually working on here, this is our balancing editor. Okay, nice. Check it out. Now we have our items, all of our different items, all our different bits of information about each of them, the mass of them, the combat class, whether they're a shield, whether they're a weapon, whether they're a utility, the different attack overrides. Attack 1, attack 2. Whether they have block animations. Hell yeah, this is going to be so handy, guys. The damage kind. We need more blunt weapons in this. Honestly, we do. That needs to be blunt. Already we're finding a problem with our configuration. We're seeing sharpness for blunt weapons. That's exposed a bug here. Pretty exciting, guys. Pretty exciting. This is going to be really, really, really handy when we extend out items. Really handy. This is going to let me tweak things so much more quickly. So we don't have to go looking through the entire project just to find different resources to tweak little values. Oh, there's some weird rounding. I wonder why that rounds like that. Okay, great. Like really great. We might eventually need a way to search these, but you know, for now it's a pretty good start. Improvised is an interesting category. We need to explore that a little bit more. But really, really good. This is really good start. Okay, what more do I actually want for this right now? We've got characters, we've got items. What else is there? These are the two big things. Draggables are probably going to come up as a new class of stuff. Yeah, we're looking pretty good, guys. We're looking pretty good. Hey, BFA, welcome in. Good to see you, man. I think it's been a hot minute since we've seen you, right? Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, I remember you were one of Just Wyatt's people. Welcome, welcome. The power of love? What do you mean, Hansblah? What are you referring to? Okay, this is looking pretty good. Let me have a think. What do we still need here? We're going to have to introduce consumables. For item stats, we're going to need consumables. That's going to have to be a thing. Item stats. Rather than item stats, I want to separate this out into probably weapons and consumables. Is there always going to be that distinction? Yeah, I'll need to think more about that, but we're in a good spot to start with, I guess. Both of those might be able to merge, honestly, guys. They're pretty damn close. Okay, documentation. I don't know if we need more for this, but let's go back into our draggable stuff. So this is the physical drag harness, right? Here we go. All right, let's run it. And we should make these, we should introduce a new class of item here for cube. We got a lot of work to do on this one. Why are they all bending sideways? It might have to do with the orientation of their spawn, right? Yeah, that's what it is. I think we need the dragging to be like towards the object. Let's get back to our actual characters. Okay. We need to fix, yeah, we need to fix this, and we'll probably do it on a new branch off of this. But the first thing to do here, let's check in our changes for the dragging. Open repo, not monsters, work trees, dragging, select that. Okay. Draggables, this debug drag cube needs to change. That's why do I let you guys choose these words that are just going to bug me the entire stream? It's like, I'm going to be asleep with this like ringing in my ear, giving me PTSD. As long as not a brick in a game, I call it ready. As long as it's not bricking the game, I'd call it ready for merge. Ragidan, I have such friggin' strict standards for merging things. There's like code standards I hold my branches to before they manage a merge. It's I'm glad you can hear it because we can't. Seriously? I'm pretty sure. Oh, really? No, that's annoying. Probably need the advanced audio mixer for this then, which they've completely changed. Advanced audio properties. Let's see. It should be, maybe it's like a browser source thing. Let's have a look-see. Should be the transcription. Right. This whole time. And then this needs monitor and output. So now every time I say drag, you guys hear that, right? Haven't heard the buzzer in ages. I've been hearing that constantly. That's, there we go. Yep. Okay, fixed. Hear it? Okay, nice. Okay. Okay, so here's an interesting idea. maybe these need to be draggable wherever they appear, which could be like a recipe for people exploiting and breaking the game. But I strongly feel that if you set a precedent with something, I think we're going to make it so you can't drag this. See? Trauma, I tell you. Okay, so drag leaning needs work. So basically the complete opposite direction. All right, this is gonna be a bit complicated. So we've got dragging now working. And now he leans. It's actually hilarious when he leans back to drag. Okay, so this is working pretty well. Except for that, I spoke too soon. This is going to be pretty funny. This is going to be pretty funny, guys, with... oh, man. Physics. Fun. Can I ask you guys to help me out? If some funny shit happens, could we please clip? Because I need lots of funny clips. So his leaning is going in the wrong direction for sure. Yeah, I think we need that. We need leaning working first. Leaning definitely is going to need to be different for grabbing. All right, so we need to adapt. We need to adapt this a lot. Imagine when this is a crate of corn with stuff, guys, and you've just spent a bunch of time filling it up with corn because people ordered corn, and now you're trying to move it, and the corn's falling out everywhere. This is gonna be fun. Do you see the potential? Do we see the potential here? So we've got some things that need fixing. Okay. Okay, here's our harness. There's our drag cube. I think let's get our harness runner working. So first, proof of concept for dragging. I do want to put this in a different folder. Um, we've already got a corn crate. Yeah, okay. Corn crate is going to need to be converted to a draggable. Crate needs to be converted to a draggable. Orange crate needs to be converted to a draggable. I think we need the corn and oranges just to become fruit crates. As long as we don't see people's cornholes. True. There are some characters who currently need fixing because texturing hasn't been done properly. Underneath from the waist down, let's just say. Especially with ragdolls, especially when dragging becomes possible, we're definitely gonna get an M15 rating if we don't do that. But it's known. These are known bugs that need to get solved pretty quick. So barrels are going to be another fun thing that I think should be draggable. There's some things in the game already that need to get turned into draggable things. So we have to paint in the bloomers. Exactly. We still have to do that, which is going to be an awkward task. It's going to be a very awkward task. Okay, drag debug cube. Content. We've got items, statues. Where's our... All right. That's our balancing tool, which I'm not focused on right now. Draggables. We've got our debug draggable. We are going to need to move a few things around, so that can actually stay there for now. We've got eye, hand, reach, target. Now that we have this eye, hand, reach target, so now that we have a probably need to go check out how that actually works right now. We should get these things kicking on. Though mostly they're working. Honestly, these are mostly working. And I should probably merge them. The editor harness, for one, is going to be really, really useful. God, I love this song. It's a good song, isn't it? Will the statues have stories about them or clues to find where something is in the game? I mean, it's a cool idea, Katie. So far, no, but I mean, we could do something like that. Let's see. This needs to open in a different place, I think. Not monsters. Work trees. Dragging. This is already a problem. We need to revalidate this because a type registry here is not a good, it's not a good solution. I reach target, was it? Hand reach target. Why is this showing up as new? Why is that showing up as new, guys, if we already had it? Where is it? Where is it? I saw it. Physical drag harness. Got holdable item route, yeah. That changed. I hand reach target here. It's brand new. Unless it implemented it how it should have. Oh, great. Beautiful, I did it. Man, it's so nice when it does things like that. That's actually just sick. That's actually really cool. That just saves us so much time, guys. Okay. I'm going to convert some existing objects. Let's convert some of the existing objects into draggables also. Crate. Corn crate. Consent. Orange crate. All of these objects should be reclassified outside of the props folder and put into the new draggables locations. They should also be reconfigured to be made draggable and placed inside of our harness scene. Okay. Okay. Whoa. My bad. Wrong place. Scratch that last instruction. I think we can merge this. So, review this branch's changes against QA and PPP. Okay, nice hexagon, my guy. How are we doing? Hello, Danikin. Welcome in. I'm glad you like the hexagon. I also like the hexagon. Hexagons are pretty cool. I don't know if you've seen my company's brand. The entire logo is a giant hexagon. So for some reason, I have some sentimental attachment to that shape. God knows why, but here it is. And thank you. Thank you for the feedback, man. I appreciate it. We have a whole new scene too. Check it out. Now we can chat and talk right freaking here. This is different. This is a different environment. So I replaced our old chat scene with this one. And we've got some more zoomed in ones so I can like get out of the way and talk about stuff. We even have like this so you can see my other monitor, which you can't usually see. But yeah, I've been screwing around a bit, but thank you for the feedback, man. Hexagons are the bestigons. Yeah, I can see that, Psych. I'm with you on that one. Yeah, so this should be pretty cool when it's in this dragging. I think the next thing we'll need to do is only move the object when... let's take a look at how carry the glass does this. And we'll need to generate one of these. Let's see how we go just generating one of these straight up. Let's see, we're gonna go with... Let's put this in our... Here it is. Carry the glass. Let's check it out on YouTube. We want to see okay. How does the position of the character relative to the glass actually work? They're trying to maintain a consistent distance, but essentially the arms, if the gun, no, we're not going to see this in the world record. We're going to see this. We also need CPG gray video. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Psych? What's that acronym? What is this Shong said? Okay, well, hold on. The one that we're playing now, or when did you message that? You did that. How long ago did you say that, that question, Turbo? I'm guessing it was probably the last song. Hold on. Hey, on, you know this one. Surely you know this one. There you go. There you go, Turbo. The arms are like noodles, yes. What I want to know is, how do... I mean, they can raise and lower the object once it's grabbed. And they can jump too. If the player gets too far from the... I want to see it drop. I want to see the two of them go too far apart. So their arms have a bit of give. If the object is... Okay, what I think we need to do is we need to pull the object until it's just in front of the player. When it's attached, it needs to continue pulling until it's just in front of the player. And if it gets further than the hand can reach it, out of the reach of the IK hands, then the drag effect should not come into place. I think if I think about the way that this is working, that's the way that this has to function. So One of them was lifted up by the other. Yeah, I think independently the different characters can lift at different heights, which will be an important distinction for us. Okay, these are both kicking on. So yeah, we're good to go for design. Let's see, what are these two doing? That's the harness, the balance tool. E7. All right, yeah, I knew this one was dragging. 54 is the terrain collider. Yeah, this one's taken a hot minute to figure out. These probes are really slow. Really slow. Have I just got this song on loop now? Yeah, I think I do. I think I accidentally just put that song on loop. Which is a good song, but I just don't want to play it forever. We'll get over it. Okay, cool. Cool. It's a 10-minute song, that might be why. Did I get the song right, Turbo? Was that the song that you were asking for? Thank you. I see that it was. Yes. Yeah, I'm not really doing any investigative work right now, though, Ragathon. Everything is building, except for this one. This one, I suppose, is investigative. Usually do medium or low to those. Or even just use the mini model. Have you tried Spark for that stuff, Ragathon? Spark is very good at that. Okay. I think the harness launcher might be ready to merge potentially. What error is occurring here? We're going to merge this ourselves then, I guess. Harness launcher. Add documentation for the harness launcher. Yep, good. Okay. We need a new docs branch. You know what? No, not like that. Okay, so I wonder where that all came from. So can put that there. Go on to master. Discard that stuff because we don't actually need that right now. The launching harness. We're going to make a merge commit for it. Harness launcher. I mean, there's nothing left to do on it, right? So I think we're done with it. So we'll close that, and then I'm pretty sure we just close that out now. So unlink harness launcher. And then pretty sure we'll be able to, if Codex isn't still wigging out, go work trees, harness launcher. We just can't. All right, we're just going to use this to delete the work tree so that it forgets about them. Cool. Done. Harness launch is gone. Okay. And it's merged. Yay. What the hell? Did Fork just close all of my repos? I think it did. Why did it do that? Okay, interesting and weird decision. Whatever, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Did I click something there? Maybe someone can clip it. Did I close all but this or something? Yeah, what the hell, right, Turbo? I have not, since I'm still on Copilot subscription. I just put it on Mini since it's free. Yeah, Ragithon, like Spark is specifically designed for those kind of small query questions, like small queries and questions. It's really handy. It's really handy. I think this is now outdated. I can probably get rid of this. This one, not so much. We do want that one. And server needs to be open at some point. So we may as well have that point be now. Okay. Harness is in, which means we can start to rebase some of this other stuff onto that. Character stat editor, that is one of them, but dragging's the biggest one. So let's go there and get started on that. Rebase onto master. Rebase onto master. Resolve any merge conflicts and make the new harness we've created compliant with the new docs on that branch about the harness tooling, and update the harness. Okay, excellent and exciting. We might need some HUD for dragging. Draggable things will need an icon for interaction. Okay, so let's see what compliance failures we have here. Blade damage source no longer serializes damage kind 1, so it now falls back to... Ooh, okay. That changes item combat metadata and violates the QA source of truth. Alright. That's important to fix. Silently skips any scene under content items whose root does not instantiate holdable item root. Oh, okay. Let's fix this one first. Well, it's not an error, but it knows. It knows. Okay, exciting. Hello, update. Or not, this one was closed. That's a harness launcher, so it can go. Harness launcher can go. Or a new thing can get started. I think we can get started on something new. That might be worth doing. It could be monsters getting stronger and bigger over time. That might be a good idea. Okay. I just watched back Dev's VOD about the grass. What grass? The grass? Okay, Rockathon. Yeah, I used the larger questions too. I just wanted surface level investigation. Usually that feeds into the more specific queries that get better. Agent digs. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. Cool. I saw your name in chat, so I thought you remember from Thursday's stream. What are you guys on about? Dev yapping again. I didn't actually tell Seb. Tell me what? Tell me what, guys? Hello, Mr. Maloko Coco. How you doing? I'm getting your name wrong there. Sorry, it's Mr. Maloko. Yeah, Maloko, Coco Maloko. I love your name. I'm sorry. Can you implement some rockets in this game? Rockets, you think? What will we do with the rockets? What we do with the rockets? Nothing. Now I am suspicious. Tongue twister, a little bit. If you're unco like me, then yes. Then yes. Let's review this quickly. So, rebase this onto master. We're going to implement that. Yes to this. And then we'll be up to date, which is pretty exciting. Okay, that's fixing its problems. Okay. Has this truncated the message? What's going on here? Are some of the findings missing? Because I swear I have a back and forth on this about issues with metadata. Yeah. Okay, this one shouldn't get merged until especially until I test things too. And we need to get the UI connected through to the actual metadata on this branch as well. I think that's going to be a smart thing to do. Okay, so that invalid metadata was created by using the user interface to make a change. We should be able to make changes in the user interface without causing violations. Is there a mistake in the way that the user interface currently functions? Okay, new system. Do we make a new system? Let's go have a quick look at our backlog. So many things that need doing. Random play buttons less important now, since we've got our harnesses. This is going to be an important bug. Animation authoring in the editor. Yep. Some of this stuff definitely important. A sound system is going to be really, really important. Monsters consuming corpses, yeah. Consuming corpses and stronger over time. Stronger over time may be even most important. This we kind of have. Balancing systems, making good time on that. I already had something about the designing of this, right? Work order system. I think the design is in. So, time events, time triggered events is now that. Okay. That looks so complex. Mr. Coco Coloco. Mr. Coco, what are you referring to? Maloko? Makoko? Oh my god. Have you come in with a different name before? Mr. Maloko, when you're saying that looks complex, are you referring to, what are you referring to? You're referring to, like the task planning or the, I don't even really know. I don't even really know. Okay, where is this? These are both still kicking on, so this is the next thing. So, when the item scene changes value, the doc loads the whole object, instantiates it, changes one property, then calls save. This is too broad for an editor grid save. Let's Godot realize the entire instantiated scene, not just the edited field. Okay. Wooden sword line. It's the UI saves. Currently violates the make a local metadata edit without changing unrelated authored content expectation. Okay. I'm not sure I agree with this. Fluffy Panda, dude, thank you for tuning in for 3 streams in a row. I appreciate you. Like, I don't mind if it created a... No, this is... I kind of like its plan. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. So yeah, should be fine. Should be fine. I think one thing we need to do with this is... so let's go onto this branch. Let's go onto... We're going to go into... close these out. Actually, this one is going to be needed soon, so we're not going to close it. We're going to open up a new Godot. We're going to open up the stat balance tool, and we're going to try changing some stats for characters and see if they materialize in the right way on the menu. That's the next thing. That's the next thing to do here. Okay. Barbarian, because he's huge, should get, if I go 200. I had to do that twice to make it work, so there's an issue. Let's refresh. All right, so we have a more important problem to fix. I just made a change to a character. Okay, I changed the artists. I changed the artist's max health from 100 to 200. 200. Let's add a copy button below the refresh button that copies the text in the text field to the clipboard. Actually, you know what? Let's make the text in the output field at the bottom of our new user interface selectable. All right. Okay, we proved a failure. This took so long, guys. This took so long. 3 cozy days? Hell yeah, Fluffy Panda. Hell yeah. I appreciate that, man. Everything. Okay, I had the same name always. I feel like I managed to nail your name last time, but this time not so much. Okay. What have we learned from the process of identifying this area about its cause? How can we fix the environment to ensure that this error stops occurring? Okay. Yes to that one. This one's closed and rebased, which is great. Also means that this should now include, so that's our balancing editor. So this one, what's this? Draggables. Draggables should have been rebased now, so probably just need to restart that. Dragging. Okay. So new item to process here, and this is empty crate. Those are hard at work. Selection enabled. Stat balance tool. Nice. Run our harness. Physical drag. Okay, how's it going? How's it going? Let's get this thing working. We can get it to budge. That's nice. This is too heavy to move alone. Okay, those debug cubes might be able to go. Okay. Okay, the current evidence points away from the recent terrain data edit and towards terrain 3D's height/control versus physics mismatch. The key choice for the mix is whether we first repair the authored terrain metadata itself or add a stronger collision fallback around the outside map. What do you mean? Oh my god, they're so cute moving. Yeah, just wait, Raisins. When we get 2 people working on this is actually going to be very hard to test. I don't know how I'm going to test this effectively. We're starting to get to the point where multiplayer is going to be necessary to get this stuff working. But yeah, 2 people moving those objects is going to be very fun. Okay, repair terrain metadata. Clear/repair the bad terrain metadata, control or whole data with the failing playable coordinates, then validate no fallback collision is needed. Add a baked static collider. No, we're not going to do that. Repair. Okay. This is rebased. All right, this is where we really need to actually start to think a lot about this. So as the object is close to the body, what we don't want this, right? Where we get far from the body and we don't want like force pull here. We're not Jedis. We need to physically have the hand attached to the object for any drag effect to be in place. We also maybe need to fix the lean direction. That's kind of a key thing, right? Okay. Leaning might be another branch thing. We might need to make a branch off of this branch and fix that there. So maybe a new work tree from this and solve that independently, because I don't want to lose the context here. So, all right. I think we need a work tree. I wonder what this does. Well, we clicked it. Forked from conversation. Okay, where are we working now? E75C. We're still on the dragging branch. Where's our other dragging branch? Okay, cool. 2 conversations here on the same branch. Can I work tree this? I don't think I can make a new work tree. All right, so I'm not too worried about this. Let's go back to where we were. Place cube dragging feature. Man, that word is very annoying today. The force is strong with this one, exactly. Brrr. We need to get Star Wars memes going in our use the force, Luke. Dun dun dun. He's a Jedi. He's a Jedi, chat. He's a Jedi. Or is he a witch? Burn him. Burn him. Yeah. The force is strong with this one, indeed. He's gonna kill the Jedi. Kill the Jedi, exactly. That's good. Look at him, he's using the force. Kill the Jedi. He's a witch. That's kind of funny thing. That's funny. Okay, so we need to get the leaning working. Leaning's going to be thing numero uno. So let's just do that the good old way and go here. We're going to go new chat, new work tree on master. There's an issue related to the way that the character leans. It seems to be related to the direction that they're facing when they spawn. The lean seems to be relative to a world offset. Seems to be relative to, seems to lean. Seems to change depending on the way they were facing when they were instantiated, rather than a simple relative direction. We always want them to face forward and lean forward from their hips when they lean forward. Let's first see if we can identify this bug. We're going to have a new work tree at the end of that we can set up and take it from there. Okay, so we can put the whole problem of leaning aside, separate problem. The main problem here, the biggest one and the biggest thing that we actually need to do, let him force choke you. What? You're into his beard, aren't you, Goldie? You've got a beard thing. That's why you have such a fantastic beard yourself. Execute order 66. Exactly. Would they naturally lean while dragging? Right now, the lean isn't natural, but I think, yes, we need to do something like that. And that's essentially going to be the next thing that we do here. I think I want them to lean toward the object, which they're not going to do. They're not going to do. I maybe need them to stop reaching when the object isn't in front of them. Stop reaching and leaning when the object isn't in front of them for the lean. But for this, we need to do something, and we need to think really hard about this. Are we on the right branch here? No, we're not. Or yes, we are. Sorry, yes, we are. So the thing we probably need to do here is this behavior is working really well. However, we should not be able to drag an object that is out of reach of the character. The hand needs to be in contact with the anchor point for the object drag to move. Ask any open questions that you might have about this new constraint. Then let's put together a plan to implement it. Okay. We proved the failure is local and physics specific. Extend the diagnostic to print get control hole for each tested coordinate. Get control hole. What a sentence. We repair the terrain first. We likely author data will cause accidentally. Yep. Yes for that. Okay. Next thing to do. Refresh here. We're going to link a new alias. We're going to do that for 3. And this is going to be our lean fix. Lean fix, and that needs a new branch here when it's done. Create branch, bug, lean direction. Okay. Resume that. Okay. It computes the bend basis. Computes the bend basis from the rig configuration at the time. The global axis depends on the character spawn yaw. Yep. The lean amount is relative and reach based. The existing lane coverage appears to test only the orientation. Okay. The next fix should make a /bend resolve from the skeleton body local. Rather than simply making a forward bend, I want to make an adjustment here. The character should bend toward the thing they are trying to grab. Sometimes this will mean bending directly forward when the object is directly in front of them, but otherwise we should lean in the direction of the object. Yes, that's the next thing. And then we'll stop them leaning backwards for objects by using the detector. Like if the object falls outside of their range, we'll like disconnect it. So that's going to be the next change that happens there. Okay, let's get onto this thing. So all right. I've encountered an error that needs fixing. When I change any value in the character stats, as soon as I press enter, the value is forgotten. What's going wrong here? Okay, when both hands are reaching low targets, how should the body choose the lean direction? Weighted blend average both active leans, correct. If the target ends up behind the character, should the body lean backwards towards it? Use the target direction even behind the body. Maybe we just do it towards the target. It seems ridiculous that they bend backwards to grab something. Oh, we can do this now. We can do this now. So if we're leaning backwards, it's an interesting question. It's an interesting question. If he's leaning backwards, I mean, I never lean backwards to pick something up, so I was going to do it with the interaction targets, but I think we're probably better off just constraining this. So never lean backwards, side and behind clap targets to the nearest forward side, lean direction. Okay, nice. When the hand loses contact with its anchor after gripping, what should happen to that grip? Pause force. Keep the grip hand reach active, but apply 0 drag force until the hand touches the anchor again. Pause force briefly, then auto release if contact is not gained within a short grace window. When the character gets close to losing contact with the object, they should lean in the direction of the object. When they are close to the object, do we need to fix the leaning first? Maybe we need to get the leaning fixed first, rebase onto that, and then deal with this problem, potentially. Okay. Okay, implement that plan, and then here's the big one. This is the important one. Wrong scene, Zeb. Thank you, Goldie. It's hard to remember that. I don't know if I'll ever figure it out. Hard to think real freaking hard, guys, and then also to be like functioning well. Okay, per hand compute bend degrees. Add integration coverage here. Low target directly in front. Still bends towards the reach target. I think probably this is priority 1. And then when that's solved, we'll rebase this onto that. We are going to rebase onto a branch that has the character lean towards the direction of an object. When a character is at the very end of their reach distance, they should feel a tension and almost a lactic effect as they pull away from the object. The object should pull back on them. If the player can break outside of this distance, if the player gets to the gets too far from the object, then the grip is released. If the player gets too far from the object, the grip is released. We're trying to create a feeling where the player really feels as though they are pulling on the object, not simply attracting the object. If they pull too hard and the object is not budging, then the player will release the object. This will have the effect of snapping them back away from it as the attractive force suddenly is released, as the hand releases. How strict should the contact check be for multiplayer authority? I think we're going to trust the local player's contact probe. What tolerance should count as hand anchor contact for continued dragging? Current probe. Reuse the existing probe. Yep. Cool. All right, that's all up to date. Dealing with 2 bugs. Okay, holy crap. Okay, let's go see our terrain collider. Not monsters, work trees, terrain collider. Okay. Added diagnostic tools for finding terrain collider issues. Identified missing issue and corrected it. Missing collider issue. Implemented the case, fixed the verification passed. Let's go validate that. Stop and quit. Terrain collider, and then we're looking good, guys. Then we're looking good. Okay, where are we? Okay, for multiplayer, how should local hand contact affect host side object force? The grip owner sends contact and alive/inactive changes. The host trusts that state and only applies object force while active. Do not sync pause/resume. Local clients only send release when overstretched, so host may force it to continue. Okay, the host estimates. The host ignores the client contact state and estimates contacts from replicated avatar object positions. Okay, sync contact state. The grip owner sends the contact alive and inactive changes. The host trusts that state and only applies objects while active. Yep. Okay. Some host side validation on client side values might make sense here too. Okay, should this implementation include the player pullback and snap feel now, or only add the contact/constraint hook? Let's do local tension. Should the overreach release distance use? Hold on. What should the overreach release distance use? Tune constant. Add a physical drag tuning release distance. Nah. Starting around 0.9, so the hand anchor to the drag anchor. Oh, from the hand anchor to the drag anchor. That might actually work. This stupid word, this stream, guys. Release immediately once the current contact probe no longer overlaps the anchor. Base release on the character's hand interaction / sweep max reach rather than new drag specific distance. I think this, right? Yeah. Implemented and validated. Now let's validate it for ourselves. Here goes. What's this? Yeah, the word is, yes, correct. Since we're working on that, it's very hard not to say it all the time, Hansbla. It's hard not to say it like all the frickin' time. We're using the worst lighting on the main menu. We probably should fix that up. Why am I grabbing weapons? It's just a habit lately. It's just a habit of mine now. Okay, go towards this floating sphere. I thought it was fixed. I was so sure. Let me validate we're on the right branch, but I believe we are. Terrain collider, we are. Okay, so that's a big plan. Verification passed, but did the... I just did a manual test and there's still... Oh. Load forms. Hold on. So it's this one. I've just done a manual test and I'm still falling through the floor. Rerun the test that validated the failure. Yeah. I just did a manual test and it failed. Rerun the tests that validated failure. Okay. Okay, bet the issue is the player controller. Add visualization for the real height field collider. Add visualization for the real height field collider. What's the height field collider? Because we've gone and looked at collider visualization for that particular. We can see collision shapes. Okay, play. You know what, actually? That's a lie. We can't see collision shapes for the terrain. And I'm not actually sure why. We can probably do a sneaky. Very sneaky. Yep. They still pass. Okay. This means the current diagnostics are not reproducing the manual failure. The gap is probably one of the manual failure is outside the sampled area. The manual run is loading a different scene/build state, or the failure only occurs during the real player traversal. I mean, I don't know about that. Let's make sure we're definitely opening the same scene. Codex over Claude. I haven't used a lot of Claude 46WW. So far, I'm enjoying Codex. I think that's working quite well. Which is an understatement. It's actually mind-blowing what it's capable of. I know that Claude might be more capable and it might be better. Okay, that explains that, Wixer. Height map shape 3D might be something we need to get it to investigate further. That's a good term, probably. So far, this terrain system, it's been annoying. There have been some nice things about it. It's way better than Unity's, but this particular failure, it's so strange. How was the jump from 5.4 to 5.5? Not as big as the jump that came before it, 46WW. Like, the one that came before it was absolutely colossal. Just like, it went from, lots of guidance needed to it. Now it moves fast and like still a lot of guidance needed, but it went from like of useful and helpful to very effective. Okay. So I'm definitely running into the right project. It means the current diagnostics are not reproducing your manual failure. The gap is probably one of manual failure outside the sampled area. I'm near the probes where the failure is occurring still, so it's not an issue with location. We should be validating that the terrain below each of the probes is pushing back properly, is working. Next useful change is to make a diagnostic log that extracts collider hit path and then agilely runtime traversal test that walks the character through the same route you used manually instead of only spawning the probe locations. The probe locations should be absolutely fine. I have manually verified the probe locations are where the issue exists. Now let's see, it's height map, shape 3D, the terrain uses Is that what we're validating? Let's see. So, big things to test there. That'll run for a hot minute. Let me check these things. All right, ground lean is next thing to test. So we should probably do ground lean first. Lean fix first, and then we'll rebase onto that, and then we'll do the next dragging slice. Okay, that means the diagnostics can pass if the floor is provided by the actual terrain to regenerate the temporary that. I mean, this should be a valid test. It's not currently require the hit collider to be a terrain 3D. I mean, it shouldn't need any of that. I don't actually care what kind of collider there is, so long as I'm not falling through the floor. So we don't need to do a check against that specific type of shape. I can absolutely confirm, though, that if our tests are passing and saying that underneath the probes we're able to walk, they are wrong. Okay. Dragging, we're not going to do that yet. Lots to do here. Testing this first. Testing that first. 46 though, thank you for the insightful questions. I appreciate you jumping in. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit locked in today. We are locked in today. But, you know, don't take that as a, you know, I'm really grateful that you came by and that you asked a cool question. Do you have any more specific questions about it? Because 5.5 is good. 5.4 was nearly as good. Everything before that was impressive before 5.5 and 5.4. But now, like, 5.4 just, ooh, really good. Really nice. 4.5 was pretty good. The profanity in this stream, a lot of like, what did I say? What did I say? Look, I'm saying you should have seen how many nice things I said. Maybe I should switch it back to an actually profanity metered thing. What are the words today anyway? What did I say? What did I say? The words today is drag. Drag is today's word. That's the word of the day. All right, we are testing leaning. And grabbing objects. This might be a thing that's useful for the harness, actually. It doesn't sound on the chatting scene. That is true. Swear jar can monitor an output. Drag. Is that good? I think that's good. That seems to work. Thanks for the heads up, guys. Okay. Okay, we still need to tweak this. Okay, the further to the side of the character the object is that needs to be leaned towards, the less dramatic the lean. I would say directly to the left should be about half the lean extent as directly in front. Okay, and then we can rebase this onto that. But let's have a look at its plan anyway. The grip remains attached while the hand is reaching, but the object only receives drag force while the hand is locally confirmed. If the anchor leaves the character's authored hand reach, the local owner releases the grip. Lean, tension, and presentation is integrated through the new branch's leaning system, not by adding temporary pullback here. Extend the physical drag and grip state with contact activity. Yep. That buzzer. That scene has a plink, but the rest are buzzers. Yeah, no, I know. That's okay. It's okay, Goldie. Okay. The current diagnostics are producing false positives. We will stop treating raycast hit or minimal generated body landed as proof that the player can stand there. The diagnostic should prove that the manual test proves the actual player body can exist. Assumptions. The manual failure should be reproduced with the real runtime avatar. Exact collider shape does not matter. The valid pass means the actual player body stands there. Existing probe coordinates are trusted as yes. Goodo. Okay. New test. While those are working, we can check that we can do our balance tool changes. And this needs to go all the way back to the menu. Needs to go all the way back to the menu, guys. Okay. Ooh, what's this? Turbo, you hearing this? Are you hearing this? Turbo, I love how you've just become my default vibe with music guy. Just like whenever a song slaps, I'm just like, Turbo, have you heard this? You're now like my music friend on this stream who's just like, I know I love that. One of these days you won't be able to make it. I'll be like, Turbo, are you hearing this? And you won't even be here. And I'll be like, oh, all right, what am I doing? I like it less now that there's like voices in it, but still slaps. Okay. Really, she's like 90. Whoa. Whoa, completely locks up. All right, so that's not good. Editing a value and clicking away. We've introduced a critical bug. Have we? It recovered. Is everything saving? The values are now saving, but it takes a very, very long time to do so. It's almost as if every value that's loaded in the UI is saved. It's almost as if every value that's loaded into the UI is being saved. Hold on. We need to validate that too with scene, open repository, not monsters, work trees. This is our stat balance tool. Select that. Okay. The balancing editor now works mostly as a add-on, not affecting game code. Okay, we added icons for characters. Unfortunately, we've mixed up some of this with other stuff. Is editor hint is not good. So let's see. Let's start by let's say 80, and we're going to be patient and wait this out. Yeah, that takes a really long time to save. So values are now being saved, but it takes a very long time to do so. What's the cause and how can we optimize this? Okay. Where's our damage fall off? This must be lean, right? Yes. Until the return of Bella. True dat, true dat. Bella is a very good musician. And one is just an addict? Yeah, me too. I'm not as musically talented by far. Like it's very hard to compete with that as a bar. Okay, let's pick up some things. The debug cube should definitely be a thing that's picked up. He leans sideways, but not as much. That's no longer a ridiculous lean. I think that works, guys. Look at him leading. Yep, good. All right. So open repository. This is going to be based dot not monsters work trees lean fix bug slash lean fix. Yep. lean fix. Improve leaning direction. So then before moving forward with this plan, let's rebase onto okay, that's gonna rebase, which is good. Where are we here? This one's looking good. This can basically close out, which is excellent. Okay, let's have a read here. The save itself was not writing every load failed. The slowness is from work we do after one edit. It calls file system scan. The save then schedules refresh all rows, rebuilds both characters in the tabs. Character rows use replace deep, which recursively refreshes dependencies for every discovered form. Yeah, we need to do that for... We have to do this for just the modified values. So commit cheap when the value is unchanged. Enter and focus loss commit cheap when the value is unchanged. Yep. Refresh only the affected tabs after saves. Not only the affected tabs, I think the affected cells. Refresh character rows. I mean, that's a good start, but that's still not enough. I feel it's not going to solve the problem, but it is an improvement. You like this one too, Turbo? Yeah, I've heard this one for a long time. This is not a new song to me, but it is good. Let me copy you the song. There you go, Turbo. This is by Moderat. I think it's on our recovery radio playlist, which, you know, I really like that one. Okay. Let's restate the plan for hand attachment and leaning. Okay. This one we can start on a new thing. Let's close out lean fix. Lean fix, let's start with that. Settings, work trees. Okay. Hand off to branch. We want to stash that. Docs. Hand that off. Potentially even just like close it out and merge that with our... Yeah, we'll deal with this on dragging. So this is going to go back to master. Okay. Okay. Hand detachment should become a two-stage drag state. The hand can stay attached to an anchor only while... The hand can stay attached to the anchor only while applying force when the hand is actually in contact with that anchor. As the player moves away, the hand keeps reaching toward the anchor, while existing lean direction work drives the body lean, and the drag force pauses until contact is restored, or the anchor leaves the character reach. Okay, add a replicated contact active flag to each drag grip record. New grips start like that. Existing grip identity remains like this. Keep the local hand reach target active. Q and E. After attachment, keep probing. The probe is touching the anchor. If the probe's not touching, yep. Movement slowdown should still count. Yep. Yep. Yep, that's cool. Okay. Yes. All right, we've got a free spot, so to speak, here. We're gonna run this, which means we've got a detached one, right? Lean fix should be here as a work tree that can go. Good. Refresh that. Clean that. Okay. How is our command line tool better than... It's wild. No conversations linked. Ah, that's why. That will... Yes to that. Clean the style reference. I don't know what's doing this exactly. Character stat editor. So this is... It's going to be improved editor saving. UX and saving. We're also doing this with, we're expanding it to items. And improve the stat editor UX and let, yep. That can go. Good, good, good. This is the editor doc, so probably we should restart that one too to test the changes have worked. I mean, really, we should be able to get rid of this. Nine DD5. It is definitely this. I think it's Codex that sucks. Okay, good. There we go. We've got 3 linked trees now, which is great. Okay, the item support and improved UX for this. Absolutely, good, good, good. That's going to be very handy. Time for a test. Open that up. I wonder if our plugins are contributing to this load time. That would be very bad if they were. $120, $100, $100. Maybe it'd be like $90. I mean, very cool. This is why we have this scene, guys. So you guys can now see the stats up here. The other thing I'm going to be able to do here is let's run this. Ooh, build failure. Is it still working on it? Hold on, surely that's couldn't be. Apparently copy doesn't work. Copy selection. Balancing editor dock seems completely broken. Aha. That's a me mistake. That's a me mistake, guys. It is concerning that those affect the build time of the non-editor stuff. This is too small, isn't it? You guys can't see shit. You can't see my other monitor's values like at all. Which might mean the better way to do this is like that. And try and do these side by side. Yeah, that's going to be a better way for everybody to see everything. Okay, skins. And then if we go to artist, the bar has not changed at all. So that's the next thing to do. Okay, modifying it creates the first instance of the combat profile. Okay, next thing to do on that branch is going to be, now that we have a way to quickly modify values, there are a few instances where those values should be used but are not. The first most obvious one is the following. On the character selection menu, I'm going to get rid of that and close this even. On our so characters menu, yeah, characters menu. Is that our characters menu? No. Goldie, yeah, too far zoomed out. I think that scene's not useful, unfortunately. I would love for it to be. That's a lot of different things. The stats panel. In the task now is to load the values for the character resources and apply them in the UI. The other thing that we need to do here is we have a value for speed, which is missing. We need stamina. Well, we've got stamina. We've got health. We should calculate the speed somehow. How would we calculate their speed? One issue I can anticipate here is that the speed of the characters is not... Yeah, no, definitely, Wixter. It would be that simple. If only it were that simple. It's the reason it's not that simple as distance over time is that we are using something called route-driven motion. I don't know if you've ever heard of route-driven motion as a concept, but we are having animations, and those animations drive the movement of the character. So it's the same animation for everyone, but the length of your limbs, specifically the length of your legs and the shape of your foot and all of that affects the movement of your character. And so it's the speed of the character is not as simple as, you know, the distance they can travel divided by the time. I mean, yes, it is, but the distance that they can travel is affected by things like the length of their bones. And so it's, you know, I think the way that I need to do this is create some new editor tool that can write the value out as a constant. So it like can calculate and update it needs to be able to like calculate and update the movement speed of the character based on the replaying the animation. So that's a whole other thing here. But yeah, that'll be that's going to be an interesting one. Clip. Thank you, Dragihan. That is useful. That is helpful. Okay, one issue I can anticipate here is that the speed of the character affected by the route motion and animation playback, but are listed as a simple value in the UI. we may need to add an editor tooling. Need to add some editor tooling that runs these animations to calculate this value and then writes them into our existing character stats. One other thing we might want to do is tweak their speed. There will be certain instances where I want characters to be able to run faster than other characters, but let's not deal with that yet. For the rest, the stamina and health of the character should be directly available. We also will need something where that UI can have a value for the max value. If a character has more than the UI's pre-configured maximum value, it's okay to cap the value that the user interface shows at 100%. You know what? As the designers tweak the different values, the maximum value will also potentially change. When this menu first loads, if it's an efficient operation, we should scan through the catalog of characters and find the maximum value for each of these 3 bars. Ask any open questions you have before we go ahead and implement this. All right, where are we going on this? Okay. Key failure now reproduced. So the diagnostic now proves the center probe alone was too narrow. The failing condition is a nearby local walkability capsule fit. Okay, the problem around the probe area, not simply collider under the exact probe center. What are our theories about the exact cause of the failure and the best method to fix it? Okay. This is going to be a sick one to test. Ooh, that's an early one for a Saturday night, especially, Goldie. Sorry. Yeah, it's Sunday now, Saturday night. Thank you for hanging out, man. I appreciate you being here. Yo, Dolly, welcome in. I see you there. Sorry, I missed that. You are cool, man. I like you. You talking about me? You talking about me? Or are you talking about the guy with the cool glasses doing his like typey types as Dolly? I don't know. I'm just bad with the compliments. I just played hide and seek with my dogs for about 40 minutes. Yo, thank you, Mr. Coco Maloko. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. I love having you here, man. Like, thanks for being here. That's cool. Cool of you to say. Nice, man. Nice. And you would think the dogs, like, just never take them, Dolly. Never take them on a search and rescue mission, okay? It sounds like they wouldn't cut it. Sounds like the sniffers aren't up to it. Those snoots need some improving so they can do some detections. Right there. Yep. But that sounds really, really fun. That sounds really, really fun. Did you hear we put some, like... In this game, Dolly, we've got some places you can hide as a monster or as a villager. We've got these like big bales of hay that you can hide in and stuff like that. I think we're going to add some other objects to hide and also maybe to hide bodies in. We're working on dragging bodies right now, which is pretty damn cool. I hid 3 times and they are trash at finding me, but they absolutely love it. Yo, that's pretty fun. It's probably because the whole house already kind of like has... You know, when a search dog goes to find someone, they're looking for a very specific smell that's out of place in the environment that they're in. It's kind of like trying to find it's one thing to find a needle in a haystack. It's another thing to find a piece of hay in a haystack. So maybe that's why they're not able to find you that way. We can drag each other. Wixer, you can punch somebody and knock them out cold. You can knock them straight out, and then you can drag their unconscious body around. If you kill somebody and murder them, you can drag their body and hide it as well. If you're a monster, you'll be able to eat the corpse to power up. If you're a villager, you can grab the body and pull it all the way to the town square, put it in a coffin, and then pull on the town bell to call it a meeting where everybody's like assembled to be like, I found a murder. I found a body. Somebody's been murdered. Oh my God. And then at the end of that, everybody like talking, that's a chance for everybody to talk about the body. And then the coffin will close so that the monster can't eat the body anymore. The game encouraging cannibalism. Yo, Turbo, is it cannibalism if you're a werewolf? I don't know. I keep hearing all the buzzing. It's because I keep saying drag, which is currently the word of the day. Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's happening. Fair point. I don't know if it is. It is still technically cannibalism. I think a werewolf is like a mutated version of a human. So these aren't sorries anymore, Dolly. Every time I say the word drag today was what we voted for. The sorries were up to like something ridiculous. It was like hundreds, if not thousands. It was stupid. No, it was like the gratitudes were really, really high. Aren't some monsters humans? Yes, in those cases, it is 100% cannibalism, Turbo. Yeah. Okay. Okay, the failing sample is inside wall segment 8's defensive wall collider. God damn it, it might be right about that. Oh my God. Is it that? That's really smart if it fixed that. I'm gonna come back if it found that. I'm gonna come back and check this out. But we need to get other branches moving. Okay, this one's really, really good. I'm excited for that. Let's first go. I think we go here. We're going to swap these over so you guys can see better. Okay, I've traced the menu path and presenter. Health and stamina are already on the character combat profile, but the 3 stat bars are currently hard-coded. Yes. Hard-coded fill anchors, and the presenter only has reference to the overall stats panel, not the individual fills. C does not appear to exist as the persisted character stat yet, so the part needed is the product/implementation decision before. Okay, so how should the speed bar be handled in this change? Defer the tooling, wire health and stat now, but leave speed unchanged. And yeah, that's fine. How should each bar be normalized against when the menu loads? All the characters, yep. Compare every displayed character against the highest displayed character. Yep. Ooh, here's a good question. Do you want to know how fast you are against all of the monsters or against all of the characters, including the monsters? I think all of the characters, because if you get a really fast monster... Quick poll, chat. Should stats show... Should stats be isolated to monster and villager groups? Compare the current villager's speed to the max villager's speed. Okay, hold on. In the stats panel, should stats show character versus all, or villager versus villager and monster versus monster? You can't have a good long question poll. So, group stats by monster and villager. Yes or no? Quick poll. Okay, does the poll make sense, chat? Does the poll currently make sense? The question is, if I'm going to show the maximum speed of a character on this menu, let's say we're looking at this menu, right? Should the maximum health be the maximum health of any villager or the maximum health of any character, including monsters? And the speed, should it be maximum speed against... And the same thing is true for monsters too, right? Same thing is true for monsters as well. So should it be... If it's between games, then show them together. Otherwise, you've got to go separate speed to avoid spreading hidden information. Yeah, you're right, Ragithan. You're right about that. But also, you might have a monster with a crap ton of health. And if you're making a monster decision, maybe you want to know against the other monsters. Or if you're making a villager decision, you want to know like how much health do I have compared to other villagers or monsters. So it's like, you know, group stats by monster and villager. So to me, I would want to know like who has the most health of all the villagers, not who has the most health of everyone. That's the hard question, you know? So I think I would segment them, but if everybody overwhelm me as like, you know, I might also want to know like the fastest monster, right? If there's a really fast monster in the loop, it's going to be a completely different thing from, you know, really fast villager. Like your villager may be slow compared to the fastest monster. It's hard. It's a hard decision. Should be the max health of the respective class, villager versus monster. Yeah, maybe Turbo. I think that's the way I'm leaning. If it's tied, no last minute votes. Okay, yes, there was a last minute vote and it was a yes, and I think this is the way that I want to do it anyway. So let's do it like that. So okay, current tab. What should the stats panel show when no character form is selected? Yeah, we'll hide. Okay. Any more questions here? No. Okay, most likely cause is... We need to verify this ourselves. So, Terrain Collider. I think what might have broken this is it's saying that the wall here is an issue. And like we did fix that wall up fairly recently. Outside environment. Okay, hold on. Yeah, but we know how the monsters are faring. So indices, how many there are, have left, and how they've succeeded. Hold on. I think a bit of ambiguity is it could elicit unease and ultimately a more thrilling experience. Ambiguity is good. Yeah. Fair. Okay, quick run. This one is not yet on the harness branch. Harness is going to be so handy for this. Room loader will be really handy harness, actually. Okay, what are we doing? We just need someone who runs quick. Who runs fast? Barbarian runs pretty fast. Actually, Malice runs hella fast. We're getting there so quick. She's so zoomy. All right, definitely there. Definitely close to the wall. How else can we validate that? We could do it over there. So, all right. This is the culprit, I think. That seems fine. Replaces the defensive wall's single broad box with its hider jolt compatible primitive collider. To not revert to the concave mesh if the goal was jolt stability, use several smaller unscaled. I am now very skeptical again. I thought it might have saved. It would make sense if... Okay, what we can do... Delete these. Try that. Specking -5 in reading, I see, so not a wizard. If you're talking about me, Ragathan, yes, I am very, very bad at reading things. Quite bad. On villages, they should show that with their equipment. Yeah, I think a lot of it is just going to be like the stat bars on the menu are more than anything just for vibes. They're just so you can get a sense of like how fast your character is related to everyone else. Let's test the theory. We're going to see if it works. No. The defensive wall theory fails because when I delete the defensive walls, the problem still persists. Okay. Okay. This one goes one more Godot engine. Now we test the real good stuff. The good stuff. We're up to the dragging. It's dragging time, guys. It's dragging time. Harness and then dragging. What did I misread, Dragihan? Sorry, what am I saying? Ragathan. Okay, this is an issue. All right, so the issue with the change that we've made is that the influence of the pull only really works when the character was far from the collider, from the object that was being dragged. Now that the hand needs to be in touch with the object, they hardly move at all. Should confirm that that's actually what's happening. Okay, there we go. We want an effect where the hand latches onto the object. Onto the to the drag anchor. If the hand is in contact and the object can move, it should move. All right. That demotes the defensive wall from the root cause to one real but unrelated diagnostic failure. Okay. Terrain 3D collision is not being explicitly bound to the gameplay camera focus. Welcome back, Dota 2. How are you doing? What did I miss? Yeah. Gamosaurus. Names are hard. I started reading some product development books. The Build Trap, pretty good and only 160 pages. I haven't read that one. I actually haven't read that one. Maybe I should. Maybe I will. That's cool. Yeah, very cool, man. I should check that out. What's it about, Dota 2? Okay. I found no production code calling set camera. The diagnostic has to do this manually. Terrain 3D also emits cannot find the active camera. Set it manually. If the terrain collision generation follows the camera collision window, this can create. That one seems legit. That seems legit. The following looks. Let's pursue that. Okay. Update/remove tests added for contact active state and contact request serialization. Add focus coverage that movement slowdown still counts all active grips. Add or remove integration coverage so the attached drag grip remains active. And the contact would no longer overlap as long as the anchor is still within the character reach. All right, hold up. This is an important one. Let's see what else we've got, and then we'll come back to that and give it our full attention. This one also important. Use existing content discovery for this. Add small pure helper. Yep. Update the presenter. Good. Leave the speed for now. No character profile. Schema changes. New public helper. Okay, current tab means the villagers normalize against villager menus. Missing speed metadata. Yep, implement. Great. One more thing underway. And that puts us back on this one, which is this is the big cheese. This is the big cheese. Okay. It basically don't just build projects and features endlessly and just follow agile gives a lot of definitions around what a product manager, etc., and what they should focus on. Yeah, and it also don't focus on activities, focus on outcomes. Yeah, totally. All really good takeaways, Dota 2 attitude. You might like the Lean Product Playbook. Have you ever heard of that? Lean Product Playbook is also that kind of... this one's a really good description of how to do similar things. And there's also a book by Eric Ries, The Lean Startup. This one. These are great along those themes. Can highly recommend both of these, but this one especially sounds aligned with what you're talking about. I think I've heard of the Lean Startup. Yeah, it was very influential. I would say give that one a read, Dota. It helped me think about product design a lot. We're doing some things wrong, actually. Right in some sense and wrong in other senses. Like I should have probably, according to the Lean Startup, you guys should be playing the game right now. Even in its like broken form, like getting feedback early in, like really, really early in the development process is kind of critical. But I do build along the lines of the principles that book sets out. Okay. Local player camera rig. I don't like that. We shouldn't be building new systems. We should make sure that the existing terrain systems work. We also need to consider that if this is true, there could be instances in multiplayer where clients are far from the host's camera and fall through the floor because terrain is simply not being generated with collisions at remote locations. Okay, this one needs to go through. Okay, the current contact gate is too strict because force only applies while the non-OK hand probe overlaps the anchor. That prevents displacement from buildings, so nearby objects barely move. Change the model so physical contact is required only to create the grip. Once created, the hand is latched onto the anchor and the grip applies force until explicitly released or the anchor leaves the character's reach. Yes. Q and E to grab with each hand. Keep the hand anchor target pointed at the drag anchor. Remove the per frame contact force gate. Preserve reach bases. Update harness wording with attach/contact. Yep. Hand in contact means contact is required to establish the latch, not continuously reproved every frame. A latch grip should pull immediately with no extra slack distance. Reach, limit, release remains the guard. Yes. All right. Big, scary, cool feature. Underway. And we can kill this one. We can probably think of a new thing to start doing and start doing another thing here at the same time. As I say that, ding fries are done happens somewhere. Okay. Do not add a new terrain camera binding system. The terrain's existing collision system, so terrain collision is not dependent on camera centered. Dynamic windows. Okay, terrain 3D docs confirmed. Dynamic game generates collision around the camera, while full game generates collision for all regions. Change the mode to full game, leave terrain files, props, defensive walls, player code, and runtime. All right, I like that plan. Yep, do it. Ship it. Okay, while we're waiting on that, let's do this. To process, empty crate, extract, and extract. Empty crate. Great. Now our dragging system needs the empty crate, so let's pull that up. This is, physics drag. Empty crate. That goes in. Art test scene for this as well. Yeah, I think you'd want internal testers at the stage you're at. Yeah. It's planned, at this point, it's planned for Tuesday, though I have to get servers up before then. But it's, I don't want it too public. I think like small community testing from, people here. Do you have experience with product design and testing and like this kind of thing? Dota attitude? I'm super curious about that. And to implement what you said, it has to be understood by you that's a desirable, because it would affect the way you build the game. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is build the game to the point of, it is actually kind of in line with what we're seeing, like what you would read in the lean startup, where you're trying to build an MVP or a minimum viable product, right? I'm trying to build the smallest amount of stuff that I could put into the product in order to validate that people would want to pay real money for it, right? And that's like and then you want to do that, and then you want to learn from the things that they like and don't like. And so for me, trying to get the full game loop kind of going with all of the key like design pillars in place is what I'm working towards. This is why I'm focusing on like, I'm not focusing on building like blood particle effects right now. I'm focusing on building, essentially all of the key the cornerstones of the core game loop, which includes like dragging is a key part of. Hey, Gamosaurus, good to see you. I did take the green screen down. Yeah. We're using a slightly new scene, which is a little different. One problem with Agile is expecting to be building a SaaS solution as a startup, though. Agile, software as a service isn't the only thing that Agile can build, though, Ragitan, or have a user base that takes a long time to reach. I don't think Agile is just a different mechanism of the order of building and division of responsibilities and methods for feedback. And I don't think it actually tells you what kind of product you're building at all, Ragathan. It's just a method of collaborating to build something. You can't go full Agile on a game though, or you lose all the artistic vision. Yeah, that's not necessarily true either, I think, Zuba. You could go full Agile, but you need to work in small enough increments that you, Agile is about responding to change more than following a plan. And that's the part that really works very well for game development. And if you're doing waterfall in disguise as Agile, where you just slice your waterfall up into small Agile sprints, then I agree with what you're saying. But if you're truly doing a small increment and then testing against users and then getting together and deciding what to do next and working in small, or even coming back to a stakeholder who gives you feedback about your product, I think in that instance, you actually get a lot more, you can still do things like games where you need artistic vision and you need to be adaptable. Because the thing about games, Zuba, more than maybe any other software, is that you you're not building something with a pure function. The thing that makes your product successful or unsuccessful is not its utility, it's its entertainment. How fun is it, right? Utility is secondary. It's not how well did it do task X, it's how much fun did people have playing it, and that makes it far more artistic than other kinds of software. And in order to build that, you have to find the fun as quickly as you possibly can. You have to create something and make sure that a person enjoys it, and then change. And Agile does support that quite well if you work in small enough increments of change. Focusing on building gravestones and statues. Dragihan, that's actually a marketing effort. I'm not doing that carelessly. I don't think I'm wasting time by doing that. I think it's actually an important part of marketing this game and raising revenue to make it too. That's the other thing, dude. It's like those statues actually help an incredible amount. They really help the game get made, right? They really validate that people love the game. So it's like, it's a test. It's a test to see if people believe enough in the concept to put down, to put their money where their mouth is, so to speak, and to put their name on it. And then more than that, it's a way to ensure that the project can keep moving, and that I can justify taking time away from other things that could be earning money to do it, right? What's going on? We just got a really big dump of errors all at once. I'm thinking something connected to a server there, but anyway, a kid took the puppy, the parents brought it back. Yo, Fuck90, so that puppy that turned up was actually just a kid leaving it there. That's wild. What a kid. Okay, hey, how you doing, Gamosaurus? But the method for collaboration is designed for those products, not a flash in the pan like games are. Maybe I don't know enough, Ragathon, about Agile, but that's not true. I know a lot about Agile, and I have used it with my team to produce games and a bunch of other projects, and I think it can be a very good fit if you take the parts that work and you leave the parts that don't. Jessica is right. It's like you test early and often. That's absolutely the essence of like the things from Agile that work quite well. That's the art side, but you can't take art by constantly responding to feedback. You can't make art by constantly responding to feedback. To some extent, I think you can. We're doing that right now. We're doing that right now in this stream. I'm responding to feedback. I'll probably wind up with an eggplant in the game because you guys are telling me that eggplants are going to be a great idea, right? I'm incorporating your feedback into the artistic process as I go. And it's not Agile. I know that's not Agile, but it's like to some extent, I think you can respond to feedback on a constant feedback loop. And if anything, this stream is proof of that, right? Because the direction this game takes very often leans on the input that you guys have, right? Engagement is a more accurate term for the entertainment factor in computer games. Yeah, you're right, Jessica. Like there are some games that aren't that entertaining but are highly engaging, but that's not the kind of game I'm necessarily trying to make. I'm trying to make something that is genuinely entertaining. But thank you for clipping there, Wixia. Hopefully I said something cool and useful that will turn into a good clip. Sometimes I just don't even realize I'm doing it. So you clipping is very, very useful. Thank you. Zuba, the theories around iteration and tight feedback loop all make sense. But when the reality hits you you end up with a product that people don't actually want without a director who tightly controls what is actually built. That's very true, but a director who builds something that nobody wants is going to be the real risk, Zuba. And so that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to build what people want. And this whole thing has come back from a crap ton of feedback from you and everyone around me and the content creators that I'm making this for. Do you know how long I spoke to Fastfy about this idea, and I spoke to Cray about this idea, and I spoke to Lufu about this idea, and I spoke to a lot of people about this concept before I moved forward with it, right? And the way that I moved forward was very much informed by the stuff that they were saying, I appreciate my statues Good. I appreciate your statues too a lot, Draggy Hunt. Appreciate every one of those statues. They mean the world to me, true. They're the validation that means I'm sitting here and building this now. Without that, it might not be the same, right? That's what makes this different from other projects, right? This is why I'm not making Stream Tools or some other game right now, is the fact that everybody believes in Not Monsters so much in this community. That's what drives me to continue making it. So those statues are incredibly appreciated. Agile is a very specific thing to certain people. They'll argue endlessly if you don't use their exact definition of it. Yeah, but I think that version of agile is inflexible and impractical for the vast majority of people. And if we're going to speak usefully about agile as something that is really usable, it's not like, you're not going to go get your Scrum certification and then say anything that's not in the Scrum book is thrown out, because you'll never get anywhere and you'll wind up with a really rigid structure, which is kind of counterproductive to what agile is all about. I think the people who act and talk that way, and I'm not saying that they don't exist, there are lots of them, but the people who put those strict frameworks in place, they're honestly counterproductive and can be really toxic. They can be toxic to work with, because they'll use agile as a way to say no to things. And that's really, really harmful. That's really harmful to a business and to a product when you have especially engineers and stakeholders, especially engineers who say, agile is supposed to create a safe barrier between your software engineers and your developers. But when your developers use it as a way to reject what the product owner and what the person with the money and the person with the vision want to do, that's when it can become very, very harmful. Agile applied well is somebody who takes the principles of it. There's a whole manifesto there for a good reason. If you read and embody the principles of the manifesto, then you can actually, even if you don't do a strict letter of the law kind of Scrum interpretation of it, you can get real results that are very, very effective that way. That's my experience of it anyway. I think once you start taking things away from agile, it stops being agile and becomes its own thing. This is like the platonic ideal, right? It's like there's no such thing as the horse, right? It's not, a horse is an amalgamation of different things that all change, and we can look at something and say that's a horse because, or that's a duck because it quacks like a duck and it walks like a duck. It is a duck, and you might sometimes get a swan or a goose, but you're the way that you think about it, if you're too rigid with your definitions, you're just it's unproductive. And maybe what I talk about when I talk about agile is more like a bird than a duck or a goose. I think that's still the right way to be, is to understand the principles that it has feathers, it flies. It's if you create this definition around agile that's too narrow, anything that doesn't perfectly fit the mold, you can reject as non-agile, and that's far too extremist. That's an extremist point of view. I think it's not a productive point of view. Feedback is gold. Player data is gold. You're not a user, so go get that feedback. Yeah, your users will tell you what you need. Yeah, absolutely. And they will tell you what to filter what you need to know to filter the player feedback. Totally. Sure, but the whole point of the term is to bundle together a lot of concepts and standardize a workflow. That's not the point of agile. Absolutely not. Ragithan, I would encourage you, go read the manifesto, go read the Agile manifesto. That's what Agile is about. It's the principles there. It's not a standard workflow. Agile is not intended as a standard workflow. It's intended as a philosophy, I would say, Ragithan. And go look, we can look at it. We can bring it up and look at it together here. This is what it's about, right? It's pretty clear, right? better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others to do it. So individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. This is what Agile at its heart is about. And this is what I mean when I'm talking about Agile. If you're going to say that Agile is a set of rules, Ragathan, then we're talking about different things. We're talking about different things. And I take your point about if the horse has wings, is it really a horse? But I think what you're defining as, it's a Pegasus, exactly, Dragihan. And I think the way that you might be defining Agile versus the way that I consider Agile to be, I think your definition is too rigid. I think if you look at that manifesto, that's the heart and soul behind the intention of Agile, and all the things that followed from it are just incarnations of that. They are just incarnations of that. Okay, yes, that's what I mean Agile is. But then forget about all your, earlier you said standardized workflows. You said they were concepts and standardized workflows, Ragitan. And I didn't read a single workflow in that manifesto. That's not what, workflows aren't what Agile is. Those principles are what Agile is. Most people under 40 have never done real waterfall, and they don't know what Agile is a response to. That's true too, Zuba. That's absolutely true too. Yeah. Pegasus could be an enhanced horse with nice features. That's true. That's true. No, I'm saying if you're discarding pieces of this manifesto, it's no longer Agile. I could agree with that, but I don't know that we're necessarily, what you were talking about and what I'm responding to is people who are dogmatic about principles and patterns and workflows and ways to do things. I agree with you that those things are toxic, but I disagree with you that those people are practicing Agile, because all of those things don't sit within that manifesto. The manifesto, I think, is intentionally loose, and it espouses some principles that people should aspire to do in their work. And I think they're really good. Not bad. God of War, how you doing, man? Hope you're finding a good stream/weekend so far. Yeah, loving it so far, man. Loving it so far. Those principles form the foundation that you design a workflow from. So everything that's grounded in those is then standardized in that form. Yeah, but Ragathan, you can't call any, I could create two completely contradictory workflows that both espouse those principles. And I'm saying, I think you can call those both, inspired by Agile, but to say that they both are Agile, I think is wrong. And to say that people who dogmatically follow them are following Agile is also wrong, right? They are in a secondary, but it's like they are subsets of Agile, I think. Not all workflows are agile workflows. I guess that's the point. And people who can create a connection back to some principles aren't necessarily embodying those principles in its entirety, because there might be things that they do that contradict it, right? And I don't think a useful label that's too restrictive is a good one. And I think people like saying agile is bad because people do a particular thing. I'm not actually even sure what you're saying at this point, Rakitan. We could be talking across purposes here. Okay. You're not. Yeah. Dogmatic, narrow view of the Jedi. Yes, it's like it's I personally think agile, just like the essence of what I'm saying, I think those principles are really sound principles and can be applied to game development and all sorts of product development, whether it's SaaS or not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to apply to a particular type of software or product or a particular way of working with a team, as long as it follows the essential core principles that are being written out there. That's at least how I interpret that. And other people may have different interpretations, but I think to have a productive conversation about it, that needs to be the one that, or I need to adopt a different framework through which to view things. Okay, God help me. I hope this is working. We've got 3 things to test because we sidetracked for so long, which was a very interesting side quest. Let's just pick the first one that's open. We're going to pick the first one that's open, this one, and we're going to run it. And we're going to see what happens. I hope you have a wonderful stream today. I saw you slip in there, my Lenore. It's good to see you. Welcome in, man. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Your new empire? What do you mean? Okay. Don't sacrifice your vision of the product for the sake of being agile. Totally. I don't think anybody needs to do that. And I also don't think being following agile principles would necessarily lead you to that outcome either. I just want to add with some historical perspective that Seb does have a strong understanding of the creative directional vision of what the end goal impact of a game should have. For instance, he's at times pushed back specifically on certain anachronistic suggestions or ideas, but what he is emphasizing is being flexible with ideas that support and amplify his vision end goal. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. 5th stream day already. Yo, nice, man. You have been locked in since you found it. You've been here every stream. Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not going to work for games. Only that bringing in the user base to test the product doesn't really work well unless you have a product that can survive more than a couple of weeks in the marketplace. Yeah, I think I see your point. Ragathan. There's a difference between users and customers, though. I think getting users in really early, way before it's ready for customers, is a really good thing to do, because they'll show you all the ways that it's broken, and they'll validate your assumptions or invalidate your assumptions, which is even more important. They'll show you where you're wrong about the things you thought were going to be true. So doing that as soon as possible means you're building, it's less wasteful. You're building less things that need to be reversed, right? Before you climb a ladder, lean it against the right wall. And so validating your presuppositions about any product is, as soon as possible, is the best course of action, because then you don't waste time building things that people don't want. And so that means you have to give it to them well before it's ready to be sold. If one is to understand the great mystery, one must study all its aspects, not just the dogmatic narrow view of the Jedi. If you wish to become a competent and wise leader, you must embrace the larger view of the Force. True that. The process of iterating along with real feedback, ideas, perspective, and suggestions is an adaptive adoption of the agile philosophy of development. Yes. With specific real-time integration utilizing AI. His approach is revolutionary. Oh, God. Now you're just gassing me up, Kmart. And its efficiency and approach through streaming simultaneously as he develops, and has already been tremendously impactful in inspiring the process of others. Thank you, Kmart. I appreciate that. That's huge. For example, your vision is no eggplants, and the feedback is more eggplants. Stick with your vision. True that. Oh my God, so many follows for so long. Absolutely huge. Not exactly his entire time period streaming, but most of the process of his game development for Not Monsters. For for sure. All right, where are we? We were testing. Pretty sure on the right branch to test. We're testing here. Okay. Notice the health is changing. Stamina is not changing because all of them have the same stamina. So fantastic. These bars are now working. We need to do one more thing to validate that. And that's going to be balancing editor. Let's change the stamina of someone who would have very bad stamina. I feel like maybe this guy would have he'd be the worst stamina. The farmer might have hella good stamina. Maybe 130. Blacksmith also. Artist might only have like 80 or like 90. That's probably enough. That's probably enough. Let's give that another run and see. Oh, sorry. My God. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Why do I never learn this again? Why do I never learn every time? Change scenes. 1 year is huge. That's a very long time. It's, yep. I've been lurking a lot more often as of late, but still trying to keep tabs as much as I can. Thank you, Kmart. I appreciate it. I really do. I am noticing that the passive, like the amount of activity in chat isn't necessarily going up, but, oh, hold on. This time it didn't change. Did it not save the settings? It totally didn't. Okay, priest, he's got like 80. Saved priest. Edit a layout. Okay, 80. All right, what happened last time? Because I changed a bunch of values, if you remember, guys. Let's give this another run and see. Sorry about that, Kmart. Thanks for calling it out. The beggar character, you mean Fass's character? Yeah, she's pretty cool. It's a cool character. I like the design of that one. 1 year supporting him. Big, yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, God of War. It wouldn't have been possible, literally, if it wasn't for unbelievably supportive sponsors and benefactors like Nacho, Goldie, and so many more. I know, right, Kmart? Like, those guys, they're the real goats here. They are the real freaking heroes. Okay, look at that. Stamina is working. Stamina is working. That's pretty good. Everybody's near full. Who was it that we gave the most stamina? We gave it to, I feel like the shepherd and the... Oh, no, it wasn't. We do probably need a modifier for speed. There he is, Butcher. We gave Butcher more stamina. All right, so that is working. That is working. Speed's still a constant, but we need to deal with that separately. Okay, that's great. Let's check those changes in. Okay, use the new stats. Use the stats from our new tool in the character screen. All right. Balancing is going to be such a huge part of this. Low key, I kind of hope I can convince Kaz to help with this. If we could use Kaz's like math superpowers, that would kind of be incredible. Wouldn't that be incredible? What I'd love to do is create a whole bunch of diagnostic tools that track players as they play and use that to get match outcomes, and then be like, okay, you're a brilliant mathematician, Kaz. What do you do with these numbers? How can we balance the game properly? Use your math to balance the game. That would be so incredible. Really would be incredible. Really grateful for you as well, God of War. Yeah, God of War has been a massive supporter, guys. Absolutely massive supporter. Especially recently for Not Monsters. Like, absolutely crazy support from him. Reverse engineer the equilibrium. Yeah. That's the plan, God of War. If I can get enough data. It was fun to see that stream with Kaz and you digging in. Yeah, that's right, God of War. And I reckon you guys, everybody interested in Not Monsters, would likely, like, ones in the chat, if you would tune into Kaz's stream and watch her do balancing and like give her direct feedback and watch her do her math with the numbers that we generate with Not Monsters. I reckon, I don't know if she's into it, but like that would be so fascinating. That'd be so cool. I'm so excited by the idea of that. Yeah, it would be pretty cool. Okay. We've got the stat editor working. Let's do the next slice here. What else can we possibly do with this? Stats and balancing can stay here for now. Let's test the environment. So pretty sure this is I wonder if we could get the branch to show up in the Godot. I wonder if we could do that. If we could get the branch to show up in the Godot name, because then we could like very quickly. Let's try it. Okay. New work tree. Would it be possible to prepend the branch name to Godot's window title? That'd be very, very handy for me. So kind of wanna see that. Okay, next thing to test is fix for the ground collider. Author terrain now uses collision mode 3. Okay, let's see if we could fall through the floor. Ones in the chat. I see lots of ones in the chat. Hell yeah. I would say one if it was you in that stream and I am free at that time. True, God of War, true. More like 1.25. The interaction of mathematics with game development is absolutely fascinating for me. Yeah. Would be pretty sick. I'm also excited by the idea of that. Okay, Malice character. Let's go run to these colliders. Whoa, hold on. This is not the collider branch. This is the dragging branch. All right, fine. We're going to test the dragging branch. Here goes. Actually, we don't do that here. We do that here. Either your PC is really struggling building the builds or your connection is dying, I think. Really? Is it being slow, Ragathon? Raid on the way? Crap. Who? Who could be raiding? GY? Holy crap, GY. Thank you for the raid, man. Thank you. How you doing? It's good to see you, man. Check it out. We're dragging boxes around. Been getting freezes on the loading screen 3 times in a row. Yo, that sucks. I don't know what that's about, man. I don't know what that's about, Kmart. Welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Seb, and we're making a game called Not Monsters. At the moment, I'm working on dragging objects. Yo, how you doing, man? How you doing? Big shout out to GY for my audience. If anyone doesn't know him, very, very knowledgeable technical streamer, by the way. Has some really great content. I would absolutely recommend you guys give him a follow. Thank you for the raid, man. How was your stream? What'd you get up to today? What'd you get up to, man? How are the wedding preparations coming along? There's a lot to do for those things in the early days. Okay, so this object kind of works. If we move too fast, I think, let's see if we can do this. Can you drag facing forward? It's kind of awkward to do, but I think we can. Nah, he's not doing it. He's letting them go. How could you not know who Seb is? Well, lots of people don't know that, Turbo. Lots of people don't know that. Okay, yo, Dexter, how you doing, man? I'm doing good today. I'm doing good today. We're doing some well, ragdolly physicsy stuff. I'm trying to get like dragging working. That's our main quest for today is dragging objects. And every time I say that word, it's going to ping me and let me know I did. Okay, it's still dragging from too far. Welcome in, Raiders, indeed. I was introducing everyone to the future Mrs. Media. Holy crap. It happened. It happened. You finally made the introduction. Incredible, man. Incredible. That's a big stream. That's a big stream event. Huge. Huge. Are you going to put a VOD up for that one? Like years later, like years from now, you'll be looking at that going like, you know, that's going to be an amazing moment. Okay. Come on, box. It's just too heavy. There we go. Now it's going, but it's okay, that's an issue. We really need to tighten this up. Okay. No command for it yet. Definitely worth checking out. Yeah, Ragitan, it's a beast. It's a beast. We can thank Lontel for this computer. It's yes, it's up now, dude. That was fast. You work fast. I really admire the way you're able to handle the tech and the everything around streaming, man. It's not an easy thing to say, and it is quite the beast. It is quite the beast. Yes, Kmart, no doubt, no doubt. Okay, latched hand model. The drag grip now behaves as latched. Initial Q&E still requires the hand contact probe to touch the anchor. Okay, I think we may need to go a bit further. The influence of the hand on the object needs to be increased. And the range between the hand and the object reduced before the effect takes place. In general, the weight of the objects in our scene needs to be reduced too, so that moving them is possible inside the range that the character currently has to the object. For instance, the large box is almost immovable. What's the name of that? This is our physical drag harness. That's our, the crate is almost immovable, and orange crate, corn crate, corn crate, orange crate cannot be moved at all. Okay. I know, but when two intensive tasks aren't attempting to get scheduled on the same score, hold on, on the same core, I don't know that, surely it's not, I don't know, the loading can't be that intensive. If it is, I need to change the way I'm threading the loading so that it doesn't freeze up like that. I don't want the whole computer to lock up when that happens. Really, the loading should be threaded in a way where it either that or it needs to be like, at the moment it's multi-threaded and it shouldn't be interfering with other stuff, but yeah, we'll see. Okay. Health and stamina scaling is in. Let's think, what more do we need for this? So let's go ahead and do the speed. I think we might need a speed multiplier for characters that's applied to their animation. So what's a word that distinguishes the speed of, so agility. Agility could affect how quickly they move, and speed it could be a factor of how fast they run. So we might need to introduce a new agility value that affects how quick a person actually moves, and potentially we're going to have to introduce a strength value too. Let's take another quick look at what we have to assess whether we already have our... I'm pretty sure we already have something like strength in. Stat balancing. Okay, editor, docs, balance editor. You know what? We actually don't. We actually don't have this. Interesting. I need a reason to add int for the classic stat trio. Just need a reason to add intelligence. Yeah. Well, we don't have any value. Like, there's nothing that would actually need intelligence right now. Open to ideas, DGen, if you have a good one. Do you mean the damage output of the warrior would be higher than the priest, Seb? Yeah, because what we're going to do is... So, agility is going to be the force with which the animations play. We'll probably have a strength value, which kind of like overrides how quickly the character can move into a given pose. So like... let's say we'll probably put something like this in. Let's say there's a Warhammer, right? There's a Warhammer. We'll have your character is going to have one of the highest strengths of any of the characters God of War, right? The barbarian is going to be able to throw around really heavy things, right? But he might move slowly. So his strength value will be high and his agility value will be low. Agility, I think, is going to be the speed that the animation plays back, and strength is going to be how quickly the motors, the rigid body, the ragdoll motors move into the pose. So not how quickly they do it, but with how much force they move into the pose. And so what that's going to mean is a smaller character like the farmer or the lamplighter, he will actually, if you give him light weapons, he will move fast, right? And it'll do like good slice damage. But if he picks up like the Warhammer, he's going to try and move quick, but like the weight of the object is going to make it lag behind, right? So okay, nice, but be aware it could be tricky to make it not feel overpowered. Well, the physics system should balance itself, God of War, and it'll just be about making the right choices with your character about what equipment you use, right? We don't want a small character using a giant weapon effectively. I want like the giant characters to choose big weapons. And it might be a lot of force that the character hits with, but they'll be slow, right? They'll be slow, God of War. So I think your character, he's not going to be fast, but he will be able to move heavy things. That's the plan. That's the plan here. Okay. So we don't have strength. But I think something like agility could be a smart move. I don't know if we should start introducing these concepts just yet. Maybe there's a later concepts, and I'll defer them till we validated simpler stuff. Where is character stuff? Monster death, dragging mechanics, combat, character and player. Okay. That one's done. That one's done. This one's done. Dragging items, heavy objects. Yep, so this is what we're on now. What we might need is stats that affect the character. More stats. Strength. Moves. I want my statue to give coins out every 24 hours. I don't even know if we're going to have an economy that uses coins, actually, Katie. We might not have coins in the economy at all. Oh, there will be coins for like game rewards, if that's what you mean. But that would be cool. That would be cool. Time will tell, Seb. Just wanted to let you know your idea is good, but when players are getting used to the game, it might feel that some feel overpowered. No, that's very true. And it's a thing to be aware of God of War. But the flip side of that is sometimes people will feel powerful, right? So you want people to feel powerful and you want them to be able to discover how to be powerful themselves. So a design like this, I think, does help us that way, because if you discover that your character can move quick and you go and find like some daggers, right? Now you're going to be able to attack really quick with these light objects and do a lot of damage, right? Where if you're a big burly, like if you're a God of War inspired barbarian and you pick up a little knife, right? You'll be swinging that little knife slowly because you're a big guy. But if you go pick up your Warhammer, he'll be swinging that thing around fast, and the little lamplighter won't be able to do anything with that big weapon. So it's not asymmetrically overpowered. And I think that's the really important thing, is people can discover ways to make themselves powerful if they learn the right things and play the right way. That's the kind of design I'm aiming at. So for consumables, is beer a thing? I actually think it will be a thing, Wixer, yes. And I also think drunkenness is a potential Easter egg, where if you drink too much beer, we're going to make the ragdoll like a little loose, and then you'll get drunk. I would like to do that. I don't know if we'll actually get time to do that or where that fits into the production timeline, but I think that would be really enjoyable. Yes. Excellent. I think that's why he would like to be able to identify a mathematical or statistical equilibrium for overall gameplay that ultimately seems fair. That's right. Yeah, that's right, Kmart. That's why what I'd like to do is use Castell, a brilliant mathematician, to figure this stuff out for us. I'd love for her to figure that stuff out for us. I'm going to make an adjustment here, just quickly, with science, because she's very, very smart. She's a very, very smart person, and I would love to use her smart for our own benefits. I think she'd love the task too. Strength, influences, motor, this is active, ragdoll, motor force, and then agility, modifies playback speed. Modifies animation playback speed. Strength and agility. Those are things I would like to do one day. The old big one day time. But these are more important. This is what we're doing now. All right, we gotta keep progress moving here. Make dragging work inside the character's current hand reach by strengthening the short range pull, tightening the initial latch distance, and lowering the authored crate masses and drag weights. Keep the latched model. Contact is required to start a grip, then grip. Yes. Okay, let's try this thing now. This is going to be an important thing to validate and test. Oh, hold on. Okay. Where should the branch name appear? Show the branch name in the editor launch local debug runs. The Godot editor title, yeah. What title format should we use? Use a readable format like branch name. Suffix branch? What are you talking about? What you talking about? No, we're not going to do the game title first. Use more diagnostic titles such as client1/branch name. Use a readable format like branch name, not monsters. So, yeah, that's it. I didn't realize this thing was here asking for questions, or I got back to it sooner. Okay, I've got the exact values. Good, good, good. All right, we're gonna try this. We're gonna try this thing. Open our Godot engine, and we're going for. Ooh, there's an update available. We've got to get that, guys. Stat balance tool. No, terrain collider. Please have fixed it. This bug has taken longer than several features combined. It's taken ages. That terrain system's a real challenge sometimes. And we're tearing the scene apart, literally, to find it. It's, yeah. Where's the setting to say whether this should run in the like integrated into the window? All right, he's pretty fast. He's pretty fast. We see our probes and deleted things. Come on, please don't fall. Yes! Yes, we fixed it! We fixed it, chat. We got it. We freaking fixed it. Come on. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Finally. Finally. That took forever. How different does the game feel when there's an open space in front of you? That's so different. This makes me want to make my open world. This makes me want to make Hex. That parallax, that distance, a whole world to explore out there. God, I want to make it. God, I want to make that. That's the next game, guys. That's the next game. Hex, where you're exploring a procedurally generated infinite open world with the characters and like and NPCs and factions that get generated, and your actions influence the, you know, that's my big scope game. That's what I want to make next. If this game succeeds, that's what you guys can look forward to. Making Hex. That game would be amazing. All right. Cool. Cool. We fixed it. Let's write some documentation to capture the fix so that it can be reapplied on after discarding all changes. Okay, first things first. On that branch, on our bug branch, terrain collider. Okay. Finally found and identified actual cause of bug. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Procedurally generating a giant world is fairly easy, but you run into trouble when you start asserting influence over it and you want persistent effects instead of just streaming things. Yeah, I actually have a really good solution for this already, Ragathon. Like you're 100% right identifying that problem. That's the hardest thing. What I did was created a system that allows you to apply diffs. So you seed the world, you get procedurally consistent. You distribute your seed. All your clients generate the world the same way, and then you have entity IDs that are tied to that generated seed. And then you apply when you go and modify the world, you go and apply essentially a. If you've ever seen the command pattern, modifications to the world are stored in commands, and the commands link from one to another, and then can be like played and undone and replayed and stuff like that. And so then what that means is when a person loads into that environment, all you do is you load in the command and execute it and replay all of the modifications that the person has made to the world. And so then you get infinite procedurally generated world that can be modified. And of course, you build up data as people modify the world. But that's way less data than the amount that it takes to seed it in the first place. So it's that's what Hex would be. That's what Hex would be, guys. The monsters escaped, exactly. Okay. Okay, now going to discard all changes to scenes so that we're back to the master branch. Then apply the changes in let's see. Documented the bug and the fix. Okay. That's very exciting. We're back to stage one. There's already a feature I want on this command history. Okay. That's feeling better. Why is this one not moving? Is it too heavy? He might be too short to usefully like lift this, which is kind of hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Tracking with two hands actually works. That's so good, guys. That's so good. And the thing will be when you put the corn in this, it's going to affect like it's going to affect some things in pretty interesting ways. If you spill like spilling the corn is gonna be so funny. Thank you for clipping. Thank you for clipping. Yo, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It says clip by Snolzy, which is interesting because Snolzy, I'm not sure he's here. Dragihan, you clipped that, which is funny. That's weird. I don't know how that happened, but okay. You still have simulation persistence issues. Like you slay the dragon and transfer from another region. Sorry, and a traveler from another region passes through the area. You want it to arrive instead of assuming it didn't die on the way. Hold on. You'd want it to arrive instead of assuming it'd die on the way. You'd want it to arrive. You're talking about the dragon arriving or you're the traveler arriving? Yeah, Ragithan, that solution before still actually deals quite well with that. If you're having a base thing and then when he arrives, he gets the initial state plus all the modifications to the state to catch him up to where he was when he arrived, and so then he gets an up-to-date world. That's the point of the command pattern. That's the point of the command pattern. It's quite powerful. Like Google the command pattern, Ragithan. You'll probably be really interested by how it works. If it's too heavy, the character could stop moving instead of letting go, though. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I think if you push too hard, it's going to like snap loose. That's what I still want. So I do want it to be possible to like, it's like if you're pulling something and then eventually like that happens. So I want to get this effect before I start to tighten it up. Yeah, but the API is something from Snolzy. So every clip goes under Snolzy's name. That's... I don't know. Did Goldie? He went to bed at 1 a.m. We might have to look at that and see what happened there, because it doesn't make sense that he would be the top clipper for everything. He's got like 8 clips right now, but I don't think that's him. That's you, Dragihan. So we need to, yeah, Goldie knows. Okay, all right, good. So, okay, I know the command pattern. The problem is the system would assume the traveler died on the way if nothing happens. Ragithan, I'm going to be honest. I don't know what you mean. I don't understand what you're talking about. Why would the traveler die on the way to where he's going? Why would a system assume that somebody dies instead of living? A person dies if they were alive and something acted upon them to cause them to die. If you track the changes, the thing would be in the right state. I'm misunderstanding you, I think, Ragithan. Okay, done. Restore the scene assets from master. Terrain collider. There should be a bunch of deletions. You need to discard all of the other changes, though. We no longer need... We no longer need these smoke tests for a fixed problem. We no longer need all of the diagnostic utilities that were created along the way when identifying this problem. Okay. Snolzy, you go to sleep. Yo, good night, man. Sleep well. I hope you have a really good night, Snolzy. We were just talking about you with the clipping. There's a tool that somehow uses you for every clip. We didn't do Gigantify. Oh, you're right. When did that happen? Good night. Sleep well. I mean, if no changes had been made, the traveler would be ending on the way by dying to the dragon, but now you've killed the dragon and left the region on the spot, and the traveler was supposed to be heading to. The game assumes the traveler doesn't arrive until it applies the dragon diff. Yeah, but you just don't design a game so that the traveler isn't like, or you keep those states and you keep the things acting. I don't see the problem that you're. I think you're trying to assume that everything is deterministic, and that's not the kind of design that I'm talking about. Okay. I have hold on. Is because I have Aura and I need to do clip everything. Yeah, true. True. It's, I think the clipping system is very, very handy. Okay, added tab, scope, health and stamina scaling. Character menu stat scale. Wired the catalog presented to consume. Yes, we did all this stuff. What more do we need to do here? There may be more things that we need to do here. Let's be really smart about this. What stats might we still want to balance? Potentially the draggable objects. Potentially draggable objects might be a good idea. Yeah, should be okay. Sleepy stat. I've been thinking about that one, Wixer. I think I might not want players to actually sleep unless there's something for them to do while they're asleep. I don't think I want them to be able to sleep because it would just be boring looking at a screen that says you are asleep. Chat, does anyone have ideas what players could do while they're sleeping? Tiredness would be a good value, yeah. And maybe just sleep is like an instant thing where they just go like, you slept and things get replenished, but I don't know. I want time to be continuous too, so it's like dreams. That's a cool idea, but how would that actually play out? Minecraft beds. Minecraft beds are used to like respawn when you die, right, Wixer? In this game, when you die, you turn into a ghost and you become like a spooky spectator who can influence the game. I have a dreaming minigame. Like an endless runner with sheep. And the better you play it, the more rested you get. A dreaming minigame. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. Maybe you gotta like click sheep as they jump over. That's actually funny. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt the flow of the game. That's exactly it. I've seen games create minigames with dreams. Count the sheep. It could be funny. That could be really funny. More rested XP bonus. Oh, that's funny. Okay, where are we at? It actually reset it back to master, which was not the intended behavior. I wanted you to remove the files without creating a commit. You've actually removed them from the repo's history. That was not what was asked for. First things first. We're gonna make a stash. And then apply them. Okay, see if it can revert it. It's not really important if it doesn't. I mean, it's a good idea, guys. It's a good idea. Some kind of like mini game while we sleep, but you know, I don't want to get side quested making a giant mini game just to allow people to like rest and stuff. Um, More rested XP bonus. It's cool. So let's say if stamina is low, you will be tired and walk more slowly with an active recovery for your stamina over time. Yeah. That is the plan. That is the plan, God of War. That is the plan to have something like that. Okay, let's see here. We still need. Still need this. Sorry if I've come in and missed something, but why do you need to go to sleep? Turbo, we're talking about in the like game design. If you run out of stamina, we want you to like be able to recover it by sleeping. All right, hold on. We need to like. Put it back upright. There we go. The hand still gets quite far from the object. So this is feeling quite good. But the distance there is still an issue. Okay, where are we with that dragging branch? Based on not monsters. Work trees, dragging, select. All right, one thing I need to do is I've added a new empty crate object which needs to be a draggable as well. All of that needs to go in. We're just talking about it. Yeah. But I've been struggling to think of a way to do it. Can't there? Yeah, okay. But if you're struggling to think of a way to do it, can't there be like a consumable or something? Struggling to make it fun. I mean, hold on. Struggling to make the. We can sidestep the need for sleep entirely by having some kind of consumable turbo. We could actually absolutely do something like that, but. Okay, hold on. Are we still talking about sleeping turbo? Ah, yes, add speed to the game. What I'm talking about is recovering stamina. Yeah. I'm with you, Turbo. I understand. And stamina will recover on its own over time, and consuming objects will replenish your stamina. I think though it does make sense to have something like sleeping. We already even have beds in the game. So doing something like that could work, but I want to make sure that we have a way to do it that's fun. That's fun. That's the key thing. That's the key thing. I want sleeping to be fun, which is a that's an interesting conundrum there. Actually, hold on. That art test shouldn't have made those draggable. I guess it should, because we completely replaced the objects. It's opening the scenes instead of the... so that's fine. New harness. Yep, we want the harness. Oh, we don't want the harness in this change, though. So those two go. Okay, let's let this finish. Still going. Terrain collider. Okay, great. Okay, great. Found, implemented, and documented a fix for terrain bug. Okay. Okay, great. I think the terrain collider we can probably hand off and then get the rebasing going onto that. Huge. Very exciting that we finally got that. Okay, are you telling me this is possible? Add a small Godot editor plugin that prefixes the Godot editor window title with the current Git branch using, yeah. It thinks it can do it. Let's see it. Let's see it. And then we'll have an easier time, a way easier time finding finding what we're doing. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I was considering it, Turbo. We might never do it. No, we won't, like, save points. Yeah, you're right. Save points is not a thing for this game, but it's like we're on the same wavelength. I need to, yeah, I think I am open to the idea of sleeping, because I like the idea of getting murdered in your sleep. I actually quite like the idea of monsters murdering you in your sleep. But for that to take place, you have to be in a sleeping state for a while. And for us to do something like having a sleeping state, it's really important to me that sleeping is fun. And so far, the only good suggestion we've had is sleeping mini games. So it's... title should be totally possible. Yeah, you mean like the window title? It's it will be handy, because if... Right now with work trees, you guys will notice that I'm switching between Godot editors. Right now, I've got hold on, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 instances of Godot open. And, that's not a productive use of my, when I'm trying to find something, it's like, takes too long for me to switch, and I want to be able to go, because like I'm working on different branches, essentially different Git branches, so I want to be able to just look at the name of the want to look at the name of the editor and go like directly, like straight to that one. Oh, that sounds like fun. Yeah, right, God of War, being able to sneak in to a person's room at night, especially through something like the slipping through the escapes from the tunnels would be a really fun way to do it. So people, yeah, I would like them to be tapped out doing something like sleep to recover their health. But a mini game's the only way you could ensure it being fun. I mean, there could be other way. Mini games not the only way. There could be other ways. Let's not shut down the conversation just yet, Ragitan. Everything else becomes a drag if you happen to be in the safe spot. I just don't want to watch like a loading bar as you sleep, you know? We need something else. We need something else. The World War II consumable for sleep replacement could work. You know, they use methamphetamine basically, right? They are all on like the I don't think they had that in medieval times. Just saying. That may not be an available option to stay consistent with medieval times. And also drug use. I mean, we don't want to we're not exactly a PG game, but I don't know if we want to go advertising meth. Okay. That's done. Okay, we've implemented the draggable. Let's go test this again because I really want to have a run at this. Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. F8, F7. Let's run the drags. MC does it, but only lasts a few seconds. That empty crate needs to be way smaller. Why does he drop it? Why is it stuck? It seems like it's stuck on something. This would be very frustrating as a player. Okay, so... let's have a think. How do we deal with this? I mean, there's a lot of open branches that need to be closed and merged. We could spend some time actually wrapping those up. 250, yeah, we probably should. Okay, nice that this one's closed. That's low-key sick if this works. This should be on tool / get branch title. Get branch title, where are we? So here, refresh that. Link, we're going to go with 3 for get branch title. Grit branch title. Excellent. One more Godot window. Import. Client. One up. Work trees. Get branch title. Let's see what happens here. Yo. Check it out. We've got the dang it. Property that worked while loading. That worked while the scene was loading, but when it finished, it was overridden. I believe this is because a scene was opened and the scene name is used to set the title of the game window. We need to prepend the Git branch before the scene. All right. Too bad. Too bad. I was hopeful. Okay. I mean, Godot has an editor extensions like Unity. Yeah, Wixer. It's like its editor extensions are pretty good. Pretty good. So far, I've been writing heaps of them. Half of the stuff I'm using here, you're seeing, is actually not built into Godot. They're extensions that I've been building in. But you would need that merged in all branches work trees for the current work, right? Yeah, but I'll merge it in and then I'll rebase all of those onto it. And then they'll get it. And then all future work will have the branch name in the title, which will make it easier for me to quickly switch between different Godot's, essentially. Okay. I mean, that's Ragathon. That's not really true. The add-ons folder defines different add-ons. And so if you want to write an editor extension, it needs to go in here. So that is a bit like the editor folder in Unity, and like it doesn't get its own assembly, but it does treat it differently. They're not runtime code. It's different from runtime code. Okay. This box needs to go way smaller. Way smaller. Empty crate. So 0.7. Re-import. I think that's going to be about the right size. And then we'll take the size of this volume down. And the size of the collider down just as well. That's going to help. So the thing I want to do for this object, guys, is allow you to place objects in it, which is going to be quite cool, quite handy if we figure that out. Okay. I can go to the top corner. I think we need to support more than 4. Though we might already. I need to, yeah, I think the way that this is built, we might already have support for more than the 4. Okay, that one. Okay, cool. Let's try that again. Bit branch title, I misspelled it. Stupid. Sorry for the backseating. Turbo, you haven't been backseating at all, dude. You haven't been backseating at all. Do not worry about that, man. Turbo, you 100% fine, man. Okay, so now we have the branch. Excellent. And you guys can't, oh, hold on, you can see this if I go here. See in the bottom corner? It's very hard to see. There's these tiny little things, but I can now see like tool slash branch title, get branch title right there, which is brilliant. That's really, really handy. I'm tempted to merge that in independently. That might be a way to do it. The branch title. So yeah, let's do that. We'll open. Okay, base, not monsters. Work trees. Branch title. Excellent. No, look, dude, you got a lot of empathy. I think you're understanding my frame of mind here, Turbo. I just want to say you don't need to worry at all about you. You're the man making the decisions. Don't want to give you the wrong vibe when we're giving input. Absolutely not, Turbo. Absolutely not. I'm here when I ask for advice about stuff, like what should we do when the player sleeps? You guys are so appreciated. So appreciated. Okay, show the get branch, prepend the get branch to window title. Okay, I want to make sure, hold on, where are we? This one. I want to make sure that this isn't going to cause any runtime failures, for instance, if Git's not installed. Do we have smart handling for this kind of situation? Okay. You got about 15 minutes left until you need to bail? Yeah, fair enough. That's going to be about 3 a.m. here for me, and I probably should be raiding out about that time too. So what I should be doing is closing out branches and rebasing. I might actually switch to doing that instead of working on this crate. I mean, hold on. Let's give it a run. I actually need to... run like that. They still need, for some reason, the colliders on these are not hitting the player. So that might be a thing to... the colliders on the draggable objects are not being affected by the body of the character right now. What's causing this? All right, terrain, probably we should start by rebasing and merging that one. It's like, we know we need to do it. So terrain collider, you're first up. That's just a very obvious thing that needs to happen. So terrain collider, what do we got going on here? Yep, we're gonna stash these. Docks. More docks, I think that one can go. Okay, terrain collider fix. We're going to merge that into master with a merge commit. Excellent. Terrain collider docks. Sorry, what am I saying? Bug terrain collider. This can probably go now. Settings. Work trees. Terrain collider. That goes. That's already merged. So we probably now just need to trade. Yep. Excellent. Mike, 20 stream streak. Thank you, man. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I really appreciate you, dude. 20 is a lot of streams. I love that there's so many people hanging out for this many streams in a row. Absolutely crazy. Very cool. Very cool. Okay. Work trees, client. Let's see. I believe we can get rid of terrain collider there. It's on master. Master is here. Let's rebase our get branch title. I don't know why that's not gone. We'll use our own tool for this. Refresh there. I want to unlink that with one. And then we can potentially now do that. No. Remove non-style work tree. Review manually. Yeah, that's not a thing. Why can't this delete? All right. I mean, it could be like this, because that's open. Refresh. 3, 1. No, I don't know. I don't know what's holding this open. Okay. Been in this wrong scene for so freaking long. Next stream will be 75 for you, God of War. That's freaking huge. That's a big doubt. That's a win, man. That's a huge win. Really appreciate that. Oh, Godot. That actually makes sense. One of these is that? Probably, well, it's not that. And it's going to be that one, right? Oh, yeah, this is a good song. It's like very like chill, but... The codex client is no, it's not that. One of these, it's not the outside environment one. Oh, I guess it is. Yep, collider bug. Great. Refresh. Terrain collider was merged into master, right? Yes. Okay, so that's not an issue. I unlinked something wrong. Dragging stat balance tool. We've also got the get branch title, so that if we link that, number 2, get branch title, one more refresh, then we can unlink that. Nice. Nice. Okay, that's looking clean now. Now we do the great rebase. Can get rid of that. Let's do this one. We'll rebase. Rebase that. Merge that into master. Not yet, actually. We're not done. Okay. QA. We'll get that reviewed, get it merged in after that. And then we're closing down the number of things that are going on. We're collapsing it pretty well. So I guess that stays empty for now. How are we doing here? Draggable roots are authored by holdable item body layer and only collide with world geometry. Okay. World and other bodies and ragdoll bodies. So the character does not scan the draggable bodies, and draggable bodies do not scan for the character bodies. The harness also configures the player with solid avatar, so it inherits the same behavior. Okay, one extra detail. Restores the author draggable layer mask at runtime. So this is not just scene authoring issue. The runtime keeps reapplying the current world-only draggable mask. Dragging still works because it bypasses the physical model. Yeah, I understand that. But we want the collidable objects to bump off of the player's body. Okay. You make it easy to lock in on into your streams. Yo, I appreciate that, God of War. You're talking about like the big stream streaks. I think a lot of people are kind of just like watching me work. This is more like a co-working stream sometimes than a typical stream, which is pretty cool. I love that people are still into it. Good night, God of War. Sleep well. I appreciate you having you around, you man. That's like, what a sentence, tripping on my tongue. If you're still here, see you, dude. I appreciate you. Okay, draggables currently share holdable item body layer with normal item pickups. The key product decision is whether player bumping should apply to every list item on that layer or only to draggable items like crates and corpses. Ooh, okay. Poll, guys. Poll chat. Should you be able to kick items on the ground? I think I already know my answer. It's yes, but keen to know what you guys think, because it could be like, it could interfere with gameplay. It's hard enough to like pick a thing up. No, it's not that hard. Like if you're trying to pick something up and like you keep kicking it forward accidentally, that might make it a little harder to grab stuff. It does contribute positively to the chaotic physics component of the game. So like boycott this if you think so, but very curious, very curious. Through an input or walking into it, correct, Turbo. Like if you bump into a sword on the ground, should it make the sword like move away from you? That's the question. Can you interact with those physical objects? It might also have some unintended side effects like, you know, you stab yourself on a weapon that's lying on the ground. Potentially, if that collision is possible. No one voted. Yes, 100%. Okay, nobody clicked the vote, but I think it is a yes. Yeah. Oh, two for yes, two for yes. Okay. Okay, cool, cool, cool. We're getting damn close to... Let's close that out. That can go here. That can go there. Wow, we've really collapsed the workspace down to just two things, which is huge. When the player walks into a loose item or draggable, what should happen? It blocks and bumps. Objects collide with the player body, can be pushed by drag forces, but players walking does not deliberately shove heavy objects. Character rigid body push impulse, and then move and slide hits a loose object tuned by mass. Okay, objects collide with the player body and can be pushed by drag forces, but player walking does not deliberately shove heavy objects. Character to rigid body push impulse. Character to rigid body push impulse, then move and slide hits a loose object tuned by. Okay. Objects collide with the player body and can be pushed by drag forces, but player walking does not deliberately shove heavy objects. Okay. A player should be able to bump around objects on the ground, and heavy objects should respond to the player bumping against it also. Heavy objects should be less affected by characters walking into them than characters who grab them and can move them, though. Grabbed objects should be moving towards the hands that are grabbing them, and so lifting them off the ground and reducing friction. Yeah. Okay. So, character menu stat scale. We've got some thinking to do about this stat stuff, guys. We might need to... So we can tune all the stats on the characters. We can tune the stats on the items now as well. What else to do? Still at it. Mylinor, yeah. Yep, still at it. Making lots of progress, though. Lots of progress. I'm getting close to locking down the two remaining open branches, some of which need rebasing. Okay. This change is compliant for editor-only features. Runtime content boundary is okay. Defensive handling is okay. Git handling is okay. Service UI networking host migration, not applicable. The only remaining validation gap is manual. Headless editor load proves the plugin parses and loads, but cannot prove the visible OS title. Yeah, no, we've done that. Okay, I think this branch, like many others, can actually get merged. So, let's give it a quick check. Git branch title is already on master, so yeah, we can hand this off. Hand that off. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Mylinor, we're about to... is that an L or an I in your name? Mylinor or Mylinor? I think it's an L, right? Yep, it's an L. It's an L. We got it. I used the search feature to find it. Mylenor, I have been saying it right. An L, yes. Good, good. Is it named after like a... There used to be like a candy in Australia, I think, called this. It was like a little chocolatey Milo thing. I think. Maybe I'm just misremembering this as a kid. Okay. Very cool. Editor branch title plugin. I guess there was still some more. Actually, I know what this does. This does... has applied custom title. So, reapply title when scene changes. Headphones just ran out of battery on me. It's my Dutch last name in Norwegian. Yo, no, that's cool. Okay. Cool. I thought it was not Milnor. Yeah, that might be the one I'm thinking of, Turbo. That might be the one I'm thinking of. Am I saying it right? I hope so. Okay, get branch or title. On here, we're going to go there. You said it right. Good. Excellent. Another one bites the dust. Does it? Why is this still existent? I need to make sure that that's not a mistake here. Okay, we need to unlink that. Okay. Work trees. Okay. The host owns Dragon physics while the remote player bodies are presentation driven on the host. That means that the single player harness bumping, the remote player bumping are not automatically the same implementation path. True. Yeah, do that. Okay, character menu stat scale is in. Exciting. Miller is the English translation of my Dutch last name. Nice, but it's in Old Dutch, so it's not a direct Dutch translation. Yeah, very cool, very cool. I love that, like, there's a lot of Dutch people who come through the stream, which is quite cool. I would never have thought, like, until recently, until streaming, like, being Dutch had very little effect on my life. But now I think being able to speak Dutch, there's a different audience who follows along here because of that, which is really, really cool. It's really, really cool. And I get to feel a little bit more like a real Dutch person. Unlike, like, Danzy, that Dutch poser. She's got the look, but she does not have the dialect to back it. That imposter. Okay, enable loosely collidable objects to physically respond to player bodies. This will apply the draggables and loose holdable items, while held items and ghosts remain non-colliding. Bumping will be host authoritative, so local and remote bodies can affect the draggable loose items. Okay. Player spawn adapter, enumerate live avatars so the bump runtime can process local and remote visible avatars without duplicating avatar lookup logic. That seems expensive. Why does it even need to do that? This is wrong. This is wrong. There's something wrong there. During winter times, you randomly got a kale stew and smoked sausage craving. Probably, yeah. Not gonna lie, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Love that stuff. Just not the herrings. Just not the herrings, Mylenor. Everything else is fine. All right, 320. We got to close this out. What else is left here? The character stat editor. New branch here. Back up. Rebase. Rebase and merge. Should have changed over branches first. We're working on dragging, right? Yeah, we are. We are. This one, not so much. That should go on to master. He can do his rebase, then docs can rebase as well, and we'll apply both of these. Good, good. Getting close to having all of our work in order. Added some draggable objects to our harness. For our harness, this is all of the, where are we? Proof of concepts. Snappier grabbing and dragging. Is sleep on the backlog? If so, here's an idea for during sleep. Make a 2D puzzle game for your character, model from the crypt scene. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So you mean like a maze game? So in the player's mind, they can solve the maze. Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. It'd be cool to have like imagine that, and then imagine one of the characters, like one of the monsters like haunts you in your dreams. We could have like a Freddy Krueger type. Is it Freddy Krueger or Jason? Jason. Wait, Krueger? Yeah, Freddy Krueger who like goes into your dreams. Imagine that. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be cool. Okay. Update collision filtering so solid avatar becomes holdable item body layer. And the world state loose objects include character body layer in their collision masks. Okay, all right. We want to make sure that characters can't hit themselves with the objects that they're holding, though. I want to, like, this is suspicious. Host authoritative character object bump runtime rather than gameplay and physical drag harness. Okay, it will enumerate materialized player avatars, compute the planar velocity. This seems The physics system on the host should resolve this without needing a whole new runtime. Or perhaps I'm missing something. Push back here if I'm wrong about this. Character object runtime. That seems strange. And it especially shouldn't be enumerating all of the live characters. We're going to wind up with an n squared complexity problem, where for every collidable, we'll be enumerating every character. Not only does this seem unnecessary, but hugely inefficient. Bump tuning. Most of this should be able to just get handled with the built-in physics system. Simulated on the host and fanned out to the clients. Keep bumping weaker than hand dragging. Yep. Draggable routes are active grips, temporary use, low friction physics materials. Restore the authored material when the object has no grip, active grips. Do not add an artificial, okay. Okay, character stat editor rebase now. Character stat editor up here, good. All right, we're just gonna do a little sneaky rebase. And then we're gonna apply that. And then we're going to apply that, which will have a merge conflict. Resolve the current merge conflict. Okay, should a draggable that is actively gripped ignore collision with characters or characters gripping it? No. Only normal held items can get self-hit protection, yes. Yeah. The body of the players should not be able to intersect with the body of the draggable items. Should the body of the player and the grabbable items what do we call them? We call them draggables, right? The body of the players and the draggables should body of the player and the draggables should bounce off one another. It's not bounce off. It should press against one another. Held items, on the other hand, should not suffer from the same effect for just the holding player. We do not want players to be able to hit themselves in the head with a sword, for instance. Okay. Well, ideally, only iterate over nearby objects that can be picked up in very close proximity. Absolutely, Wixer, yes, but we shouldn't. It should be the inbuilt physics system that's doing all of that, right? Like, presumably Jolt Physics has a lot of really smart stuff to figure out what colliders are in a particular vicinity and what things are overlapping, and to do all of that culling already. I'm sure it's got like quad tree built into it and all of that. The proposal that it was making to do was to redo some of that, which was a terrible solution. It shouldn't be doing that. It really shouldn't be doing that. Okay. Character stats editor is rebased. Okay, we've got the character stats editor in. That's pretty exciting. Yep. Okay. Dragging needs a rebase, but otherwise we've got 1, 2, 3 features merged today. Or I should say 1 new tool, 1 new bug, and another new tool. We don't actually have any new features done today. But making progress, man. Making progress. Okay, that's the stats editor. That's gone. So that's what we're up to. We're up to stats and dragging. I got to think about this stats tool more. We're very close. We're very close now to having that in a place where we can merge it. These stats, I just got to think what we could still want for this. This is still like, so we're going to open that up and have a think about it there. Stats balance tool. Oh yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. It's like we could do some filtering, but that's not really our job. I'd be duplicating a lot of code there. That's not a good plan. Okay. This is pretty cool. Lots of different configurations here. I need to think. All of this entire table basically needs to be generated by data. I think we need to generate this by data. And I can't wait to talk to Kaz about it and be like, hey, Kaz, how can we figure out what values for all of this stuff represent optimum fun? I really would love to work with her on that if we can manage it. Would be really cool. So yeah, we're gonna have a shot at that. All right, let's review this plan. There's one important correction. Okay, use Godot's physics contact on player body bumping instead of adding global bump runtimes. Yep. Character move and slide can affect rigid body 3D bodies when collision masks allow it. So the main fix is collision filtering plus host side remote avatar movement. Yep. To not add a runtime. Yep. Update collision avatars to include this. Update loose world objects. Keep held items, self-hit protection. Yep. Add grip draggable friction tuning inside of draggable root. Okay, local host and player bumping should work through existing move and slide. Remote avatars on the host need physics setup presentation path because they currently get moved directly by transport interpolation. Update the remote avatar presenter controller so the host, yep. Keep non-host clients on the current visual interpretation path. All right. Ghost avatar master excludes loose holdables in world state collide with character body layer, held items, draggables. I think we've got it. Yes. Let's do that. And then we're on the right track. Okay, here's our stats editor. What do we do with this thing? If the heading text becomes too large, we should get instead of creating really wide columns. Try and create column uniformity rather than trying to expand for headings. That's one thing we can do. I'm getting nitpicky about this though, honestly. Stamina recovered per second while unconscious. Current stamina moves towards maximum stamina. See, we can give someone lower stamina but quick recovery. That's going to be pretty cool. I think by default, I mean, one thing we need to do is make monsters stronger over time. Okay, one thing related to this here. This is a good task that we might need to actually implement here now that we have the balancing. If I give myself like the bars are like percentage bars. I think monsters need extra health, like overflow health somehow. I mean, the lighting here is an issue. Let's just start with that one. That's an easy fix that I know needs to happen. So, okay, on not monsters, on the master branch, New work tree. On the main menu, the time of day is currently dawn. I would like the time of day in the menu to be midday. The time of day inside of the match should still start at dawn. All right. Make the balancing editor use fixed with column cells so longer headings truncate with ellipses. Yes, please. All right, that's pretty cool. We got a giant ass spreadsheet, guys. That's pretty great. One other thing we can do here. In Godot, we can have a bunch of missing ones. Yep. For what's I about to do? Oh yeah. So for character stat editor, oh, this was just so useful. That's so useful. I can actually see what branch I'm on now. For character stat editor, I just saved myself a bunch of time because I was about to go open up a whole new Godot just to get this one value. That's so handy. Okay. What I need to do is see for a character who has like a heap of health, does everything still scale? And I think the answer is yes. All right, the other thing we can do here is like I kind of want to get the I want to get the hinge like knockback for these guys. Okay, so what are these called? They're the epitaph. Or hurting you with all his tombstones, wanting to put one on your head. Hold on. Turbo. Or hunting you with all his tombstones, wanting to put one on your head. We need to do a pass where we fix just fixing errors, just fixing runtime errors. They're not errors, they're just like often we're throwing things that should be warnings to us, but all right, let's have a think. One thing we probably want to do here is these things need to bounce. They need to bounce. Work trees. Something just did ding fries are done. Oh, ding fries are done is here. Though I swear we start a new work tree, right? Though this is dragging and stats. All right, well, this one can close. Yeah, there's one showing up here that's not showing up anywhere else. So, so I think we've got, there it is. Midday match dawn. Yep. We need to link this, and it's going to be two. It's going to be menu dawn. All right, excellent. Import. Work trees, menu dawn. Okay. You're just thinking of an idea for a sheep mini game. Yo, nice, nice. Sorry, I was rereading a message earlier, Turbo. I was reading Wix's message. Okay. Grid columns use fixed clipper wall cells. Good, good. One more open here. The stat balancing tool is pretty damn close to in. That's so cool and handy. I really like this. This tool is going to save so much time, guys. We need to fill out a whole bunch of items soon. We need new draggables in. It's going to be a lot of content to add to this. I still am not necessarily satisfied that this is done. I just feel like this needs to have so much in it, and it currently doesn't. I mean, this might be enough. It might just be enough. Source 1 effective mass. By hit resolution. Okay, hold on. By each hit resolution for this damage source. Source 1 effective mass. All right, there's 3 damage sources for each of the where is the hidden stat where the characters are left right-handed so they deal more damage? Do you really like that idea, Wixer? I think I have it on the backlog. We've got it here. Did you hear the conversation earlier, Wixer, about wanting to make sure that we focus on the necessary features? I think it's on the backlog. I've written it up. I haven't implemented it, and I probably won't implement it until I get a whole bunch more like really critical things done. And then we'll start putting little like, very cool type things in. But if it's not part of the core game, it's not going to get done for a little while. It's that's essentially what I want to do is I want to make sure that the core game is all in, and then I'll start adding lots of bells and whistles. Empty crate goes to archive. Grabbables. All right. Yeah, and it's a cool idea. I just need to. We need to. We need to do a lot more before we get to that. That's essentially where it's at. All right. Speaking of things getting done, I think we have our new dragging implementation now, where the body will interfere with the objects, which is exciting. That's sick. This is so good. I can't wait to try this with someone else. Guys, how good is that? No box. All right, do we have an error in the console for this one? Whoa. What is it colliding with? All right, its collider is out of sync with its size. You better check out GangBeast's YouTube channel. They upload a lot of test videos similar to this, and they're actually quite entertaining. Turbo, could you find me links to those videos? I would actually love to. I would love to recreate those kind of things. And if people like them, yeah, absolutely, I want to make them. This is actually working very well. I think the next thing there might be to do is a body. I think a dead body's next, guys. All right, this thing's heavy. Oh no. Okay, where are these damn harnesses? Character ragdoll harness. No, not the character ragdoll harness. The Got hand authoring. We've got the... What? That's confusing. Okay, dragging. Yeah, not sure they don't do current content. They tease future content or random stuff. Yeah, I'd love that stuff. I'd love that stuff. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. This will help. This will help. Let's see. Where can we? This will go on to video ideas. Thank you. All right, I'll check that out later. Let's see, we can... Physical drag harness. Yeah, I thought so. So, editor, physical drag harness. Where will... I don't know what I was looking at before. I was looking in the wrong spot. What did I even want to do in here? I've forgotten. I've forgotten what I was even doing. So some of these seem to become disabled at a point in time. What's going on with this thing? That's probably what I was trying to do. We're trying to get drag objects. The crate there. I mean, that's our issue. Straight up, that's our issue. Yeah, that's whack. That is absolutely whack. Crate needs some fixing. Hold on, we changed this once, didn't we? Oh, the other crate. We did the other crate. I'm just getting deja vu from the other crate. I need to test if we have more drag points available. Let's see, run that. Barricading doors and stuff is gonna be really fun. You can actually make them more entertaining talking to camera about it and having fun with it, especially due to active ragdoll usually being quite funny stuff. Yeah, I'm with you. I really want to do that. I really want to do that, Turbo. We probably need a whole like marketing sprint just to start to get that stuff done. So big yes on that. Will be amazing if I can find the time to do that and execute it well. That's going to like potentially draw a lot more viewers to a stream like this. And the other thing I was going to do in the harness was the floor. We know we shouldn't scale colliders, but fuck it. Okay, it will help you lower any toxicity. People... Oh, what happened there? Anyone see that? The collider probably now that it's scaled up so high. Everything... Yeah. This can get one. Yeah, it would be good. It would be good, Turbo, if I can manage to be really open about how everything's happening. I understand the importance of doing it. I really do. I just I still need to. I still just need to do that. It's planned. It's planned for sure. You giving me things to like inspire me helps a lot, though. Truly, it does. This thing is hella awkward, which is perfect. Sometimes they just like get caught. All right, I need to figure out what's happening there. So after moving them, they get like stuck. So one thing that will be interesting to see is how bigger characters actually do with these objects. And we also need like stronger characters to figure out how that works. All right, there's an issue. Okay. So it gets stuck, and I don't know why that's happening. So everything's essentially in a stuck state now. I don't know how that one object got flung so far. I feel like this guy's going to be able to pick up like friggin' everything. So strength is going to be another interesting value for on this branch. Okay, let's have a quick think. I think probably this is a good place to wrap it. 4 a.m. So time to raid out. Let's raid somebody. Let's raid somebody, guys. It all stops after dragging them once. I'm not sure what's happening. I think maybe the colliders are getting stuck, like getting caught with the ground. Oh, hold on. One thing I do want to do, we're going to take empty crate and we're going to go into game world. Make sure this all still works there. So we want outside environment. All right, we have a bunch of crates here now. We'll see what happens when these things are parented too. That's going to be another interesting... Okay. Should be good to see. This should be very interesting. Let's get a look at what happens here. Let's go get an observer. Make sure he can see. And here we go. All right, you guys are going to be the first people to watch dragging happen multiplayer. Here goes. It's working. It's working. That works really well. That works so good. I wish I had somebody with me to get the other end of this. I'm pretty sure 2 people can now lift and move this object, which is so sick. That's awesome, isn't it? Isn't it awesome, Turbo? Now we're going to be able to do all sorts of random shit. Like, I don't know. I can now drag a crate out into the town middle section and be like, hear you. That's so cool. That's a big W. Hear you. Will they be able to lift it high? How do they do that in what's it called? That don't drop the glass. What are the shortcuts? Is it like mouse wheel or like what's the command? What's the input for that? This is working very, very well. This is going to be so good, guys. The next thing for this is we get the corn like this, right? I'm going to pull the corn here, and then we'll have objects and we'll be able to do this. We'll be able to get the corn and then move the corn around in boxes. You're seeing that? You know how cool that is? We need a way to actually manually do that, but that's gonna be very cool. Maybe even tomorrow. I haven't played that one. Crate buddies forever. Exactly. Yeah, this crate represents something very cool. It represents something really, really cool. We're going to be able to walk up to this and interact with it to place held objects in the crate. That's going to be the next big thing for this crate. And so during the night, you could be like here working on stuff. This is a big moment for the game, and I'm glad you guys were here to see it. We're going to be able to take the corn, put it in the crate, and then be able to move the crate around with the corn to just give you a sense of like what will happen with objects. Drag it around. Yeah, that's so good. Oh man, this is awesome. That's actually so impressive. You've done all this on your own, especially you being a bit apprehensive about ragdoll stuff. Well, look, I just know it's complicated. It's actually very complicated to do. It's not an easy thing to pull off. It's gonna get more complicated as well. This is good. This is very good. This is gonna be great. We can make smaller boxes as well. Oh my god, how fast can you move? Whoa, whoa. All right, buddy. All right. I need something under the ground where if you do happen to fall through it, it like resets you back to the ground height where you were. It's going to be so funny when players are trying to sneakily drag stuff, then the monster makes them sprint for their lives. Yeah. And then the corn spills everywhere. Exactly. I think how we'll do it is we'll actually have a corn object where if the corn falls and touches the top of it, it goes into it. We'll also let you actually place the object. Yeah, terrain 3D. You're having fun. No, you don't. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Total chaos. Guys, it's starting to fucking come together. It's starting to come together. We need another smaller box as well. We need another smaller box than this one. And then hopefully a box that a player can pick up on their own. Okay, hold on. I'm using the wrong thing here. We need to use the cool new harness that we have that can run it all. Total chaos. Isn't that sick? Guys, I'm telling you, this is a cool moment. This is a cool moment. You all are seeing it. You all get to see it. This thing's a bit big. We're going to have to adjust some sizes of some stuff. I really want somebody with me to try and pick this up together. That's going to make so much difference. This might not feel as good on the client as it does on the host. I'd love to play this because most games claim too much time. Yeah, this one I think will be nice and fast. It'll be a nice fast experience. Um, so we have to change the size of these boxes. These are slightly too big. Because he's a big dude. He's a big dude. He should be able to pick them up. This guy's going to have no hope. So those boxes need to get smaller. Also, notice how much better this is on the host. I'm guessing this guy's the host. This feels really good on the host, but it doesn't feel so good on a client. All right, hold on. Here's an interesting test. Yeah, all right. This is great, actually. Hold on. Okay, he's going to, let's just position this a little better. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Guys, they're carrying it together. This is going to work so well. This is going to work so well. They're carrying it together. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. Katie, you came in for such a cool moment. Check it out. Check it out. We can pick up and kind of like drag around objects now. And then we can do it together as well. That's like game plus chained times 2 players working together. Yep. Not left the stream. Hold on. Who left the what now? This is actually really, really cool feature now. Yeah, we're going to be able to do this. This is going to work. So 4 players, in theory, 4 players will be able to move a really big item like this. You've been lurking? Yeah. Nice. Thank you so much. We need to tighten this up a little bit. This needs to be tighter. Let me think. The dragging needs to be tighter. But not tonight. Not now. Tomorrow we resume the great drag. So, let's see. We're going to raid time. Ali. All right. Let's see. We rating micro. Let's do it. Guys, that was very productive. I'm super excited that we got that done. We got a lot of tooling in. We made a lot of progress, like a lot of progress there. That's absolutely sick. Thank you all for being here for it. Thank you all for hanging out. I think we even got a sub today. Simtex giving out 5 subs. Really appreciate that. And he rated as well, which is absolutely sick. Really good for him to support that way today. So shout out Simtex. Shout out to Simtex. If you're not following him, please do, guys. He's absolute legend. Have a good one all. Thank you, Turbo. I appreciate you being here the whole stream. And not only that, you're active in the chat. Please keep doing that. I really appreciate it. I really do. So I can't see the timer anymore because it's telling everybody to shout out, Simtex. So if you'll go, you go. But it's been a great one. Thank you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yes, yes, tomorrow. Let me click the raid button. I can't click it. Need to click the raid button because I don't know what's going on. Well, hello to Micro. Goodbye, guys. See you.